Chapter 475. After looking around, Lu Feng revealed a puzzled expression. Second ancestor. Where did the other patriarchs go? The second ancestor was silent for a moment when he heard Lu Feng's question. Then, a strange expression appeared on his face. He looked at Lu Feng quietly for a long time before saying slowly, "In the last 2 months of your comprehension, there was a shocking change in the desolate battlefield of the era." Shocking change? Lu Feng's expression froze. He knew that something that could make an invincible being like the second ancestor say something shocking had to be extremely terrifying. However, Lu Feng did not say much. He knew that since the second ancestor had said so, he would definitely tell him the truth. The second ancestor was silent for a moment before he spoke again. This time, there was a shocking change. The changes that appeared in the Great Wilderness Totem have been analyzed by many beings of various races. This is a sign that it is about to recognize a master. At this moment, Lu Feng's eyes bulged slightly. Even though he had seen so many things, Lu Feng could not help but feel his mouth go dry. Recognize its master. Lu Feng knew what the Great Wilderness Totem was. Although he did not know how terrifying this heaven-defying artifact was, Lu Feng knew that this was the Great Wilderness Totem. It was very likely to be an artifact that surpassed the 10th grade. It was a true, peerless 11th grade artifact. Up until now, Lu Feng had only seen a few traces of a 10th grade artifact. For example, the Tai Sovereign Sword and the Yellow Spring Steel. These were all illusions that the Divine King had condensed. In the Federal University's headquarters, there was also the Divine Fire condensed from the Divine Fire Heaven and Earth. That was also a 10th grade artifact. However, these were still not complete 10th grade artifacts. Up until now, these were the 10th grade artifacts that Lu Feng knew of. This was the first time he had heard of a 10th grade artifact. That's right, it is recognizing a master. Second Patriarch spoke resolutely and decisively. Even he was shocked when he heard this news, let alone Lu Feng. Therefore, when he saw Lu Feng's shocked expression, the second ancestor wasn't surprised at all. "Lu Feng, this time, the Lu family needs your help with a mission." Seeing that Lu Feng was still deep in thought, the second ancestor hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. He looked at the second forefather with a puzzled expression. "It's like this, Lu Feng. The appearance of the Great Desolate Totem seems to have an inseparable relationship with Wang Zhan. Back then, many existences wanted to enter the Great Desolation Totem and force it to acknowledge them as its master. However, you should be able to imagine the result." Lu Feng nodded gently. A 10th grade artifact, worthy of being at the level of the Divine King. An 11th grade Great Desolation Totem was a terrifying artifact with the strength of a peak Overlord of Time. In the present world, other than the Deshur Tian of the Monarch race, the Deshur God King, there were no other Overlords of Time in the universe. The Divine King Dishi Tian was merely a beginner Overlord of Time. Compared to the Great Desolation Totem, the difference was indescribable. It could be said that the existence of the Great Desolation Totem was completely unsolvable in the current era of the universe. No one could force it to acknowledge them. Therefore, the result was obvious. When he saw Lu Feng's expression, the second ancestor knew that Lu Feng had already thought things through. He chuckled softly. However, this chuckle was laced with endless mockery. That's right. Those existences who tried to challenge the might of the Overlord of Time have all become an eternal past. Among them, there is even an invincible expert at the 9th level of Death Realm, the Life and Death Quasi-King. Lu Feng fell silent. A 9th level Death Boundary Quasi-Monarch. Such an existence would definitely be an invincible overlord in the entire universe. In the current era of the universe, there were only a few Supreme Divine King and otherworldly Supremes. Apart from the Supreme God King, the strongest was the Life and Death Quasi-King. But now a Life and Death Quasi-King had fallen just like that. Such a thing was definitely a big event that would shock the entire universe. Greed is the ultimate sin. The second ancestor looked at Lu Feng strangely. He hadn't expected that Lu Feng would be able to think of so many things. However, the second ancestor still nodded lightly. Yes, greed is the original sin. No one can break free from its shackles. Even someone as strong as the Divine King was the same. After a moment of silence, Lu Feng looked at the second ancestor and asked slowly, "Then, you mean that the master recognition this time is directly related to Wang Zhan's appearance?" Lu Feng could already guess some things. After all, the second ancestor's words were rather obvious. The second ancestor nodded lightly. In the past, many supreme and even invincible almighties wanted to enter, but the result was that all of them fell without exception. After that, many heavenly gods, heavenly masters, and true divine masters entered. However, the result was the same. In the end, even the divine spirit master tried to do it. However, they were also annihilated into nothingness. Lu Feng fell silent. In order to try, so many existences had fallen. This was a loss to the universe. After all, the appearance of a divine master could be considered a gift from the universe. The second ancestor fell silent. One had to know that among the existences that had fallen, there were many great existences of the human race. Therefore, his heart was filled with endless sorrow. In the end, someone finally connected the opening of this place to Wang Zhan. Therefore, in the last attempt, many Overlord races sent some geniuses to enter. However, some of these people still fell. Even so, there are still some geniuses who have managed to enter. After many deductions, many existences finally came to the conclusion that to enter, one does not have to be a genius or a demonic existence. Anyone below the divine master level can enter. Yes, only existences unrelated to the divine master level can enter. In other words, even a first-layer demigod wouldn't be able to enter it. At this moment, a strange light flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. Only existences below the demigod level could enter. This was indeed good news for him. However, there is a limit to the number of people who can enter. In a month, only 100 existences below the divine master level can enter. Once more than 100 existences enter, no matter who it is, they will be completely annihilated by the great wilderness totem. The 100 existences below the divine master level who entered all came out in the end. They once said that the great wilderness totem was filled with layers of tests. Although it was dangerous, it was not fatal. However, if you want to reach the end, you have to be a truly demonic existence. Out of the hundreds of people who entered, only 3 passed the first round and entered the second round. This month is a brand new month. In order not to waste the quota, many races have sealed off the place and not allowed anyone to enter. Every pinnacle Overlord race has a certain quota, and our human race, as the strongest race, has 10 quotas. It's the same for the monarch races. Other than us and the Emperor race, the other Overlord races only have 8 quotas. Of course, the rest belong to the rogue cultivators. According to the agreement between the ancestors of the Lu family, the Federation government, and the Federal University, the Lu family has 3 quotas. You are one of the existences that we have decided on. Lu Feng nodded his head gently. Unless it was a life-threatening danger, he would want to give it a try. Lu Feng understood that any gains and losses were proportional. Even if he was the taboo king and had the support of the universe's destiny, he would not gain anything if he did not put in any effort. Therefore, in the face of such an opportunity, Lu Feng was willing to give it a try. Second ancestor, I am willing to enter. The second ancestor smiled faintly when he saw Lu Feng's resolute expression. Although he had already said that there would be no danger, they were still going to challenge the dangers set by the great wilderness totem. The previous 100 people had at most made it to the second test. Although they had not died, this did not mean that the situation would be the same later. The unknown was the scariest thing. Lu Feng agreed without hesitation. This made the second ancestor very happy with Lu Feng's reaction. Actually, Lu Feng, there's still a certain amount of risk. Originally, the ancestors did not intend to let you enter. However, Those who came out of the Great Wastelands totem array more or less obtained some benefits. For those few who passed the second stage, their benefits were even more astonishing. In the 1 month after they came out, their strength practically instantly rose by a level. It is also because of this that the ancestors decided to let you enter. When he heard this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up slightly. For the current him, what he lacked the most wasn't comprehending those supreme powers, but increasing his own strength. He knew that, besides himself, the other monstrous geniuses and geniuses were also frantically improving themselves. Perhaps among those of the same level, other than the Immortal King and the Demon King, he was already considered invincible. However, when it came to the limit of his combat strength, he couldn't even be considered to be at the peak of the younger generation. Therefore, in order to be truly invincible among the younger generation as soon as possible, Lu Feng needed to frantically increase his strength. Now, even if he was unable to obtain the Great Desolation Totem, Lu Feng would still be happy if he could raise his strength a little during this trip to the Great Desolation Totem. Then let's go, second ancestor. Now that I have comprehended the fifth power of death, my body's power has increased once again. Now, even if I face the Immortal King of the past, once I activate both my souls, I will not be afraid of anything. Lu Feng was already confident enough to face the Immortal King that he had seen in the past. Although he knew that the Immortal King back then was not a complete Immortal King, Lu Feng had also not reached the Great Completion Realm. Therefore, even if he met the Immortal King or the Demon King in the future, he would not be afraid of anything. Seeing Lu Feng's confident expression, the second ancestor smiled and nodded. Chapter 476. In that case, let's set off. It is impossible to travel through space in this desolate era battlefield. Even if I move at full speed, it will take me at least 3 days to reach the center of the battlefield. You can focus on consolidating your cultivation in these 3 days. I will wake you up when we reach the center in 3 days. Lu Feng nodded his head gently and started consolidating his cultivation without wasting any more time. Lu Feng knew that he was about to face the younger generation of all the races in the universe. Although not all of them were the strongest, there were already a lot of them. Lu Feng wouldn't care if they were at the same level as him, but he couldn't do anything when he encountered those monstrous geniuses who were way ahead of him. Therefore, he had to make the best use of his time to cultivate so that he could be in his peak condition. Lu Feng spent the 3 days cultivating and consolidating his cultivation. The second ancestor used a terrifying power to carry Lu Feng. Their speed almost reached a tangible level. In just an instant, they had crossed thousands of miles. After 3 days, Lu Feng was finally awakened by the second ancestor. Is this the Great Desolate Totem? Lu Feng's heart trembled slightly as he looked at the terrifying pillar in front of him that he couldn't even see the top of. That's right. This is the most terrifying supreme weapon that many great beings of the Desolate Era had tried their best to condense. It is said to be a grade 11 weapon that surpassed the Divine King's Martial Path incarnation, the Great Desolate Totem. The second ancestor's eyes were filled with shock. Although someone had sent him an image of the Great Desolate Totem, seeing it through someone else's image was completely different from seeing it with his own eyes. Although he was now comparable to any heaven-defying and invincible almighty, the second ancestor still trembled when he saw this terrifying structure. Terrifying? It is really terrifying. Facing it, I actually felt a kind of terrifying majesty. It is as if this is not a weapon, but an ancient overlord that has been sleeping for an unknown number of years. Lu Feng did not try to hide anything. The feeling that the Great Desolation Totem gave him was simply too terrifying. He simply couldn't suppress the emotions in his heart. In the distance, there was an ancient totem that truly reached the heavens. It was incomparably complex and mysterious. It was Lu Feng's first time seeing what was engraved on the totem. What is the real body of the totem carved or constructed by the Great Wilderness Totem? There was a strange light in the second ancestor's eyes as he gazed at the towering totem in the distance that was filled with a peerlessly ferocious and majestic aura. When he heard Lu Feng's words, he slowly said, "The existence of the great wilderness totem has been gradually discovered by many beings. The true form of the great desolation totem is a kind of totem. What's engraved on this totem seems to be a terrifying beast from ancient times, the great desolation beast." Prehistoric beasts? Lu Feng frowned slightly, but in the next moment, a strange light appeared in his eyes. Prehistoric giant beast? Legend has it that during the primordial immortal demon era, the original bodies of many divine and sacred beasts were the great desolation beasts that had existed since the birth of this universe. The second ancestor glanced at Lu Feng in surprise. He hadn't expected Lu Feng to actually know about the great desolation beasts. However, he still nodded gently. Yes, countless divine, sacred, and immortal beasts appeared during the primordial immortal demon era. However, these existences were all descendants of the three great desolation beasts. The three great desolation beasts are the primordial sacred beasts, the great desolation beasts, and the final beast king. The original engraved on this totem is the great desolation beast. Lu Feng nodded gently. Back then, Jehuayue had also told him about the terrifying great desolation beasts of the primordial immortal demon era. One had to know that the sacred race's history spanned many eras. Their historical records were much more profound than the human race's. Therefore, what Jehuayue had said should be true. Desolation, the desolation era. Although there are many things named desolation in the future, only the desolation era can truly bear the name desolation. After all, desolation is another name for the great desolation beasts. The two of them pondered for a moment. They were completely stunned by the towering great desolation totem in front of them. One had to know that this place was at least 10,000 miles away from the great desolation totem's original body. However, even though they were a million miles away, they could still clearly see the terrifying great desolation totem's original body. This meant that the great desolation totem's original body was at least 10,000 miles in size. All right, let's hurry over. It's almost a month before the opening. Lu Feng nodded gently. In an instant, Lu Feng was pulled by the second ancestor and disappeared from the spot. The great desolation totem's original body was growing larger and clearer. The countless living beings that had gathered in front of the great desolation totem's original body gradually entered Lu Feng's eyes. As the two of them moved forward, Lu Feng could clearly see that there were existences descending from all directions. These people were basically like Lu Feng, led by terrifying experts to gather in the center. These are the monstrous talents and geniuses of the peak races. You have to know that it's not just you. Many existences want to enter the great desolation totem to accept the inheritance test. After all, even if you fail, there won't be any danger to your life. In fact, there will be shocking benefits. This kind of opportunity doesn't come by every day. Lu Feng nodded gently. The test of the great desolation totem was the same as the true core of the massacre abyss. Although one might not be able to make it to the end, just the process alone would allow one to obtain countless benefits. In the massacre abyss, one had to become the massacre emperor in order to be qualified to enter the massacre abyss. However, in this place, the requirements were slightly lower. Therefore, it was reasonable for so many geniuses and monstrous talents to gather here. In the next moment, the two of them slowly descended from the void. This is the human race's camp. In fact, Lu Feng already knew that this was the human race's camp even without the second ancestor's introduction. Although these peak overlords looked very similar to humans, there were still some differences between each race that could be seen at a glance. By the time Lu Feng landed, he had already walked past dozens of existences. Among them, Lu Feng recognized 12 of them. They were the 12 primogenitors of the Lu family who had come here with Lu Feng. In addition to them, Lu Feng also sensed some bloodline fluctuations from the other existences that had arrived. After pondering for a moment, Lu Feng understood. He knew that these people should be of the Lu family's bloodline. However, They were not of the Lu family's direct bloodline. Sure enough, besides the 12 primogenitors of the Lu family, the other powerhouses all bowed respectfully when they saw Lu Feng. "Greetings, young master." If he had been an ordinary young master, there would have been no need for them to act this way. After all, they were all terrifying powerhouses. Even the weakest among them was a true god. However, Lu Feng was different from those young masters. He was the first young master in the history of the Lu family to have the same authority as the family head. He was the young master that the primogenitor of the Lu family had personally paid attention to. In the Lu family, Lu Feng's status was equivalent to the family head's. However, everyone in the Lu family understood that Lu Feng's existence was much more important than the Lu family's family head. When they heard this voice, many people in the surroundings turned their attention over. After all, if a young master could make so many powerhouses greet him respectfully, then Lu Feng's status must be indescribably noble. However, even after looking at Lu Feng for a long time, they still could not recognize him. After shaking their heads slightly, the people who had been paying attention to him gave up on the idea of continuing to observe him. Lu Feng was not a person who liked to be manipulated. Thus, when he saw these people bow respectfully, he turned slightly and avoided them. Seeing this scene, a strange look appeared in the eyes of these people. "Primogenitors, please get up. I am just a junior of the Lu family. You don't have to do this." Lu Feng's words rang out at the right time. Lu Feng had never placed himself in a lofty position. Right now, what he valued most was strength. Only those who were powerful were honorable existences. When they heard Lu Feng's words, the primogenitors got up one after another. At that moment, the second patriarch's voice was heard. "What's the current situation like?" When he heard the second patriarch's words, an almighty primogenitor of the Lu family stepped forward and said, "The situation here is very chaotic. For the sake of obtaining a spot to enter this time, the various races have clashed a few times. After all, many people hope to enter, but there are only a few spots. Thus, these clashes are unavoidable. The underworld race tried to cause trouble for the human race before, but fortunately, the Spirit King of the Federation government was present, so the underworld race was forced to retreat in defeat. When the other races saw the Spirit King appear, they gave up on the idea of causing trouble for the human race. In the end, the 10 spots for the human race have been decided." The second patriarch nodded with a smile. He knew that if the Spirit King was present, it would be relatively easy for him to keep these foreign supreme experts or even invincible experts at bay. After all, the Spirit King was publicly acknowledged as the quasi-monarch who was closest to the Divine King and the Heretic Path Sovereigns. Then are the 10 spots for the human race still going according to the previous rules? The Lu family ancestor nodded gently. It's not just the human race. The other races haven't changed either. Among the 9 peak Overlord races, the human race has 10 spots. The sovereign race also has 10 spots. Aside from us and the sovereign race, the War God clan, the underworld race, the blood race, the origin race, the sky demon race, the celestial race, and the sacred path race each have 8 spots. The remaining 24 spots belong to the independent cultivators of the foreign battlefields. And the most intense competition is for the 24 loose cultivator spots. This kind of situation was actually within his calculations. After all, the competition in the foreign battlefields was extremely intense. How could they give up on such an opportunity to obtain a legacy? Everyone wanted to go, but unfortunately, not everyone had the right to go. As a result, there would definitely be crazy battles before the spots were decided. Additionally, the 24 people from the origin race, the celestial race, and the War God clan have already entered. The human race is basically complete. We're just waiting for Lu Feng to arrive. The second patriarch smiled when he heard that. Then, let's head to where the human race is gathered and prepare to enter. Everyone smiled faintly. Many existences clustered around Lu Feng as they walked in a certain direction. Chapter 477. Why does the Lu family always get all these privileges? You should know that the human race isn't part of the Lu family. The human race's current achievements weren't entirely supported by the Lu family alone. Besides the human monarch of the Lu family, what other contributions has the Lu family made to the human race? The so-called top 3 factions of the human race are just a bunch of selfish clans. Lu Feng heard a huge commotion from far away. Furthermore, the commotion was directed at the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Feng frowned slightly. He glanced at the second patriarch and the other patriarchs beside him. Unfortunately, they didn't seem to have heard anything as they continued walking forward. Lu Feng knew that if he had heard everything clearly, how could these patriarchs, who were many times stronger than him, not hear anything? Although he was very confused, Lu Feng naturally couldn't say anything since these elders hadn't said anything. Therefore, Lu Feng also lowered his head and walked towards the gathering place in silence. Wait. We have to wait. The geniuses of the human race were the first to arrive, but the source race, heavenly race, and battle god race have already entered. Even the underworld race and some unaffiliated cultivators have already entered. You should know that all the people who have entered are monsters. It's hard to say if one of them won't be able to obtain the inheritance. If the other races really get their hands on it, can you bear the responsibility? As they got closer, their voices became more and more ear-piercing. Lu Feng's brows were tightly knitted together. He looked at the patriarchs beside him, but Lu Feng was surprised to find that the patriarchs were nowhere to be seen. This scene made Lu Feng even more puzzled. Looking at the place where over 1,000 people were gathered, Lu Feng finally shook his head lightly and walked over. At this moment, there were 9 people sitting quietly in the middle of the field. Lu Feng could clearly sense 2 familiar auras from these 9 people. This didn't mean that Lu Feng had seen these 2 before, but that their bloodline auras were extremely similar to his. In other words, these 2 were 2 of the 3 people the Lu family wanted to enter this place. Not being able to see Lu Luo was within Lu Feng's expectations. After all, Lu Luo had already been a peak-perfect martialist when he had seen him a year ago. After a year, given Lu Luo's talent, he should have already reached the 2nd or 3rd level of the demigod realm, or even the peak of the demigod realm. 8 of the 9 people were sitting quietly in the field. However, one of them stood in the middle and spoke without the slightest scruple. Lu Feng could tell that the words had come from this person. Back then, the Yuyo family's ancestor, the Divine King, paid a huge price for the human race to become the #1 race in the world. The Yuyo family has also paid a huge price for the human race to become what it is today. We are both of the Divine King's bloodline. So why hasn't the Yuyo family done anything like the Lu family? Isn't the Lu family a little too much? Lu Feng's frown deepened. He finally knew the identity of the person who had spoken. He was the only one of the 8 great divine king families of the human race that could compete with the Lu family. The Divine King's bloodline was the Yuyo family. The Yuyo family and the human king's Lu family were always competing for the title of the #1 family in the world. This was something everyone knew. Most of the time, the Lu family and the Yuyo family didn't get along well. On the surface, the human king's Lu family was very low-key. This caused the Yuyo family to really compete with the Lu family on the surface. Of course, this so-called surface was only seen by ordinary people. Anyone who had cultivated to the level of a martialist or a telekinesis grandmaster would understand that the Yuyo family was much stronger than the other Divine King families. They weren't inferior to the many ancient Divine King families in the universe. However, compared to the human king's Lu family, they were still a far cry. Just the fact that they were a variant path supremacy was enough. When Lu Feng was about to walk in, he saw a bloodline member of the Lu family stand up. Yuyo Chijian, are you done yet? You have been incessant since the beginning. Do you think that there are rules? Do you think that just because my big brother Lu Luo isn't here, you can do whatever you want? Yuyo Chijian sneered when he heard this. That's right. In the Divine King's bloodline, the younger generation has to settle their own conflicts. I like this rule very much. I like it very much. Who asked your Lu family to be so useless? Dongwang Lu Luo is the only exception. If you don't like it, you can challenge me. I am right here waiting for your challenge. If you don't think you can do it, I will let the two of you fight together. Yu Chijian's mocking expression became even more obvious after he said this. When he saw the two members of the Lu family suppressing their anger and not making a move, Yu Chijian added another sentence. If you still don't think you can do it, I will lower my cultivation level to the same level as yours. That should be enough, right? This was undoubtedly a slap in the face. The Human King's bloodline was said to be invincible among those of the same level. Of course, this was only true under normal circumstances. However, this was one of the proudest things of the Human King's Lu family. After all, the Human King's bloodline was said to be the number one bloodline in the universe. Now, Yu Chijian wanted to lower himself to the same level as the Human King's bloodline so that he could single-handedly take on two members of the Human King's Lu family. This was a slap in the face. Unfortunately, the two members of the Lu family could only continue to endure. They couldn't say anything. Beside them, many people in the crowd shot them strange looks. Under these gazes, the two of them felt even more ashamed and indignant. One of the members of the Lu family couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to make a move. However, when he raised his arm, he was pulled back by his older brother. When he saw his older brother shake his head slightly, although he was infuriated, the Lu family's bloodline ultimately suppressed it. I'm really puzzled. What's wrong with the Lu family? Isn't it said to be invincible among those of the same level? Doesn't the Lu family have a genius called? At this point, Yu Chi pretended to be deep in thought. After a while, he clapped his hands and suddenly shouted, "That's right. Isn't he called the Emperor? Isn't he said to be invincible in the same level? Isn't he called the Taboo Monarch? Then tell him to come. If he's at the same level, I'll wait for him to make a move." His voice was getting more and more arrogant. Faintly, there was a terrifying aura of disdain for the world. Lu Feng stood quietly in the middle of the crowd, a cold smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Lu Feng really had the urge to make a move. Lu Feng didn't have much affection for these so-called cousins of his. However, the other party had provoked him, so Lu Feng had the urge to make a move. Yu Chijian's strength wasn't that terrifying. He was only at the initial perfect stage. Unless he was a taboo monarch like the immortal monarch or the demon monarch, Lu Feng didn't even need to use his two souls to suppress such an existence. However, he didn't make a move. He wanted to see if his two cousins were really so cowardly that they didn't even dare to make a move after being bullied. After a while, the older brother who held back the Lu family's bloodline finally took a deep breath and said, "Yu Chijian, that's enough." Many of the surrounding people gently shook their heads. They were gradually not used to these words. Although they were somewhat dissatisfied that they were only waiting for the arrival of the last member of the Lu family, they were still somewhat dissatisfied. However, these words were still a little too much. When he heard this, Yu Chijian suddenly laughed. It was a mocking laugh. Enough? How is that enough? I really don't know how the Lu family did it. I even suspect that the existence of this generation of the Lu family is just a random person from outside the Lu family. Everyone's bloodline is so thin. Even Lu Luo is just a little more talented. If not, how could he and my cousin be side by side as the East and West Kings? In the Divine King clan, the most important thing was bloodline density. It could be said that among the descendants of the Divine King clan, bloodline was the most important thing, while aptitude was the second. Therefore, the other 7 Divine King clans of the human race looked at the thin bloodline density of this generation of the Lu family with strange eyes. Of course, it was precisely because of this reason that Yu Qian dared to mock these 2 direct descendants of the Lu clan in such an unbridled manner. At the moment, nobody tried to persuade him or say anything. Although they didn't like this kind of scene, the descendants of the human race were also very dissatisfied with the Human King Lu family. In the past, when the younger generation had met, this kind of situation had often occurred. Although it hadn't been as impudent as this time, they had gradually gotten used to it after a long time. Everyone was watching quietly. However, no one could see that the figure beside them was clenching his fists. Looking at his 2 cousins who were receiving strange gazes from the crowd, Lu Feng didn't feel humiliated. Instead, he felt guilty. The last sentence made Lu Feng's heart tremble. Lu Feng still felt a little conflicted about the Human King Lu family. This was because his cousins had bullied him when he was a child. If they hadn't gone overboard, how could Lu Feng have been taken away by Lu Tao and left the Lu family? Therefore, although Lu Feng had already reached a new height that was enough to make the universe tremble, he still hadn't let go of his obsession with the Lu family. Lu Feng had originally thought that he might have already acknowledged the Lu family status as a descendant of the Lu family. However, he would never forgive his siblings of this generation of the Lu family. However, Lu Feng now realized that he was wrong. In the past, Lu Feng had only cared about his own suffering and pain. He had never thought about others. When he had been bullied, he had clearly remembered the faces of the people who had bullied him. He had clearly remembered the expressions on their faces when they had bullied him. However, he didn't know what had been hidden behind the people who had bullied him. If it hadn't been for my existence, or if they had all been favored by the younger generation, they would have been able to dazzle the world and be worshipped by billions. If he hadn't extracted their bloodline and caused them to lose what they were most proud of, how could they have suffered such humiliation? I only thought of myself, but I never thought of them. Am I being too selfish? Lu Feng's heart was trembling nonstop. He knew that everything that had happened was because he had been too self-centered. He had only thought about himself. He had never considered the feelings of others. He had only seen the pain that others had made him suffer, but he had never seen the pain that others had suffered because of him. As he thought about this, Lu Feng's fists clenched even tighter. However, in his heart, Lu Feng felt unprecedentedly relaxed. When he had thought everything through, Lu Feng suddenly realized that some kind of shackle in his heart had been shattered. It seemed like another obstacle had disappeared. Relaxed. At this moment, Lu Feng felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. He had never thought that he would have such a day. Perhaps no one is wrong. I don't actually have the right to blame them. A faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Lu Feng suddenly realized that he didn't feel any resentment towards the Lu family anymore. Chapter 478. Looking at the two people in the arena whose faces were already flushed red, Lu Feng could not bear to see them like this. At this moment, he finally understood why the two of them would rather endure such humiliation than make a move. They weren't cowards. They just couldn't make a move. Without the Human King's bloodline, they were simply not Yuyo Chijian's match in the same realm. If they made a move, then Yuyo Chijian had already raised the issue of bloodline. If they lost, the entire Human King Lu family would be humiliated. They would rather be seen as cowards and bear the infamy of being trash than let their family's glory wither in the slightest. Let their family be covered in the slightest bit of dust. They were the bloodline of the Lu family. Although they were important in their hearts, that was nothing compared to the name of the Lu family. Because in their hearts, the Lu family was the one that could not be offended. It was the greatest honor. What? You still don't dare? I knew it. The Lu family is a bunch of cowards. You're just a bunch of trash. This time, you're only allowed to enter because of the Lu family status. You can't even be considered a supporting role. You have to be clear about your own position. He looked at the two members of the Lu family with disdain. Others might be afraid of the Lu family, but as a direct descendant of the Yuyo family, Yuyo Chijian wasn't afraid at all. Plus, the divine king of the human race had certain restrictions. Unless it involved the safety of the family, the elders couldn't interfere. It was also because of this that Yuyu Chi was so unbridled this time. After all, he wasn't afraid of the younger generation of the Lu family. Looking at the two of them, Yuyo Chijian seemed to have thought of something. He pressed on, step by step. Can you give me a reason? Why does the Lu family have to make me wait? The two members of the Lu family were already pale. Why do they have to make so many people wait? Because they were the bloodline of the Lu family. Looking at the increasingly aggressive Yuyo Chijian, Lu Feng finally smiled. But this smile was so strange and incomprehensible. Finally, Lu Feng lowered his head and muttered to himself, "Second ancestor, this is what you wanted me to see, right? I saw it, I really saw it all." Then, What reason do you want? Just when Yu Qijian was at his proudest, a voice suddenly rang out. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on him. In the human race, the strongest family was the human king Lu family. Apart from the Lu family, the Yu family was second. Now, the Lu clan's disciples had nothing to say. The one who spoke was the Yu clan. But there was actually a human who dared to interrupt the Yu family's member. This was simply courting death. Looking at Lu Feng, who was slowly walking out, other than the two direct descendants of the Lu clan, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. What reason? I don't want a reason. I just want a reason that will allow me to wait here peacefully for the human king, Lu family's future member. Yu Qijian looked at Lu Feng with a mocking expression. However, there was a trace of seriousness in his mocking eyes, because he found that he couldn't see through Lu Feng. Hearing this, Lu Feng didn't stop. He continued walking towards the center. He nodded his head lightly. When he was about to reach Yu Qijian, the voice rang out again. You want this kind of reason? Then I'll give you. At this moment, Lu Feng's lips curled into a smile. It was a strange smile. These people didn't understand. They weren't the ones who understood. The Lu family caused chaos in the human race for 500 years. Is this reason acceptable? With one step, a terrifying aura appeared, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. This kind of aura couldn't be described with the word terrifying anymore. But this wasn't the end, because Lu Feng had already raised his other step. The Lu family's ancestor, in order to protect the human race, fought against the foreign race's supremes and fell into a deathly stillness. Is this reason acceptable? The second step landed. The terrifying aura had already covered the heaven and earth, causing everyone to be horrified. Yu Qijian, who was in the middle of this aura, finally showed a terrified expression. Under the cover of this terrifying aura, he actually had the thought of fear. But this wasn't the end. It still wasn't over, because Lu Feng had already raised his third step. The Lu family deterred the other supremes, allowing the human race to live peacefully until today. Is this reason acceptable? When the third step landed, Yu Qijian actually took a step back abruptly. But he didn't care about this anymore. Yu Qijian's face was completely pale. He couldn't even move. Finally, after 3 steps, Lu Feng stopped. His smile became even more radiant. Quietly looking at Yu Qijian, Lu Feng seemed to be in deep thought. After a while, he raised his foot again. It seems like you're very dissatisfied with these 3 reasons. Then, I'll give you the 4th one. If you're still dissatisfied with this 4th reason, then I really have no other way. After saying this, Lu Feng even stretched out his hands, making a helpless expression. But no one smiled at Lu Feng's actions or Lu Feng's words. The current Lu Feng was simply too terrifying in their eyes. He was so terrifying that they couldn't even react in the slightest. Finally, the 4th step was taken. Lu Feng's voice slowly came out. But this time, Lu Feng's voice seemed to have gone through some kind of amplification, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. The last reason is that I can easily suppress you into nothingness. Whether we're at the same level, or if I'm 1 level lower than you, I can completely crush you. I don't care if you're convinced or not. I'm going to make you agree. If you don't agree, I will suppress you, completely suppress you. I don't know if this reason is enough. After the last step, Yu Qijian's face turned slightly red. In the next moment, a trace of red appeared at the corner of his mouth. Everyone looked at Lu Feng in shock. Vaguely, some of them have already guessed Lu Feng's identity. After all, only he could be this terrifying in the human race. Overbearing. This was overbearing. This was the most arrogant kind of overbearing. However, he had the right to be so overbearing. When Lu Feng appeared, the 2 Lu family's direct descendants already knew Lu Feng's identity. Lu Feng was undoubtedly of the Lu family's bloodline. This was something they could easily sense through their bloodline. They were very familiar with the Lu family's direct descendants. The sudden appearance of this unfamiliar face could only belong to the most famous member of the Lu family. The 2 of them looked at Lu Feng with complicated expressions. They wanted to say something but couldn't. At this moment, Lu Feng had already arrived in front of the two of them with a smile on his face. At this moment, 6 pairs of eyes met, and the 3 of them became silent. Finally, it was Lu Feng who spoke. "My 2 cousins, I'm sorry I'm late. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm a little late this time. Because of me, the 2 of you have been treated this way. I'm sorry I'm late. Because of me, the 2 of you have been humiliated like this. I should have come earlier." When they heard Lu Feng's apologetic words, the 2 of them fell completely silent. They could already hear the meaning behind Lu Feng's words. They could hear the deep regret in Lu Feng's voice. Time seemed to pass forever. After a long time, the elder brother's expression changed. It was a smile of relief, a smile of forgetting. It was also a smile of being slightly moved and moved. "Cousin, you're not late. You didn't do anything wrong. We didn't do anything wrong either. However, we were both wrong." The people around them were puzzled by his words. They would never understand the meaning behind his words. Only the members of the Lu family and the direct descendants of the Lu family could understand everything. "You didn't do anything wrong. Everything related to the bloodline wasn't your fault. It was arranged by the elders. It was the same for us. We didn't do anything wrong either. However, we were all wrong. We were wrong to hold grudges against you. We used to bully you. It was our fault. As for you, you held grudges against us and always blamed everything on us. Therefore, you were also wrong." It was very profound and filled with a profound feeling. However, the 3 of them understood. At this moment, Lu Feng smiled. This was a genuine smile, a smile that carried a hint of relief. "Yes, we weren't wrong. However, we were all wrong. Since we weren't wrong, from today onwards, let's forget everything." The 3 of them gently nodded their heads. At this moment, the 6 of them looked at each other and a smile appeared. It was a smile. After a long time, the last shackle in Lu Feng's heart was completely released at this moment. Finally, when the laughter stopped, Lu Feng turned around and looked at Yu Chi Jian, whose face was pale and whose blood had just been wiped clean. The smile was no longer there. This time, Lu Feng's face was extremely cold. It was indescribable. Lu Feng looked at Yu Chi Jian and asked slowly, "I don't know. Is my reason okay?" "Of course. If it's not okay, I will take action and suppress you. After all, this is your request." Chapter 479. Lu Feng's words were too overbearing. Even the spectators felt their blood boiling. "Don't agree? Then I'll take action and suppress you. You can only agree." This time, it was Yu Chi's turn to look at Lu Feng with resentment. However, Lu Feng sneered when he saw the resentment in Yu Chi's eyes. "Are you angry? If you really think you're good, then let's have a battle of the same level. I can let you find 10 more, or even 100 more. Do you dare to do it?" Many people sucked in a deep breath of cold air. At this moment, even an idiot could guess Lu Feng's identity. Lu Feng's words were similar to what Yu Chi had said before. However, Lu Feng's words were more overbearing and extreme. However, these people did not dare to doubt the authenticity of Lu Feng's words. If Yu Chi could really find 100 people of the same level, then Lu Feng would really dare to fight. Previously, when Lu Feng used the identity of Psyche Master Fudu to fight against many experts, these people knew about it. At that time, those who challenged Lu Feng were all 2 or even 3 levels higher than him. Moreover, they were all monstrous geniuses. But in the end, more than 100 of them were directly suppressed into nothingness by Lu Feng, who was only a Psyche Master. The number of monstrous geniuses that fell in that battle was the highest since the start of the Battle of the Kings. And it was also at that time that many people finally witnessed Lu Feng's terrifying killing power. Now, when Lu Feng said such words again, no one dared to refute or attack, because they knew that once they fought, the result would be death. Looking at Yu Chi with ridicule, Lu Feng suddenly smiled and continued, "In that case, I'll let you use your full strength. Is that okay? I can even let you find 100, no, 1,000 people of the same level as you. I'll challenge 1,000 of you. Do you still dare? Terrifying, terrifying, extremely terrifying, overbearing, domineering. incomparably domineering. Compared to before, this was true dominance and strength. At this moment, Lu Feng finally showed these people what it meant to be domineering, Since you don't dare to fight me in the same level, then I'll let you fight me with strength higher than mine. If you still don't dare, I won't let you find 100 people. I'll let you find 1,000 people, 1,000 monstrous geniuses. Do you dare or not? Many existences were dumbfounded. However, they still did not doubt whether Lu Feng could really do it. Green sky. It was unknown who said those words softly, but at this moment, everyone was trembling all over. Green sky. That was Lu Feng's signature move. It was a supreme, immortal technique. When Lu Feng used it, he could summon a piece of heaven with a wave of his hand, suppressing countless people in an instant. Many people believe that, not to mention 1,000 monstrous geniuses, even if there were thousands or tens of thousands of them, they would definitely not be Lu Feng's opponent. Everyone knew that under the green sky, with Lu Feng's current cultivation, it was almost equivalent to a 4th-level demigod. Furthermore, the green firmament sky was a place where peak demigods had taken action. Moreover, if one piece of heaven was not enough, then he would use 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Until now, no one knew where Lu Feng's limit was. No one knew how many pieces of heaven Lu Feng could summon. But they knew that if there were 1,000 people, there would definitely not be a single person who could last until Lu Feng's 3rd piece of heaven. Seeing that Yu Qi was no longer gloomy and expressionless, Lu Feng's smile was no longer as cold and mocking as before. The current him was basically expressionless. In the end, Lu Feng turned around and scanned the crowd one by one. Everyone who was swept by Lu Feng's gaze was slightly stunned. No one dared to look at Lu Feng. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the 2 direct descendants of the Lu family trembled slightly. There was an unconcealable excitement in their eyes. How long had it been since they had seen such a scene? How long had it been since they had imagined it? As the number 1 bloodline in the world, when they faced the descendants of the Divine King, all they saw was mockery and disdain. Perhaps when the Eastern Emperor of the Lu family, Lu Luo, was present, these people would no longer mock them. However, it was just an unspoken mockery. In the depths of their eyes, the descendants of the Lu family could still see the disdain in them. This was also why the direct descendants of the Lu family rarely participated in public gatherings. Now, they could clearly see that the eyes of the people around them were filled with endless reverence. This was not an act. It was a kind of fear that came from the depths of their hearts. They were truly afraid. When Lu Feng's gaze swept over them, he finally stood still in the middle of the field. His voice resounded throughout the entire place. The human monarch bloodline is the number 1 bloodline in the world. Everyone has to be treated with the utmost respect. I don't care whose bloodline you belong to or who your elders are. If you don't acknowledge me, then you can request a battle. I accept any challenge from anyone of the same level. As long as you can defeat me, I will take back my previous words. If you can't, then from now on, whenever you see a descendant of the Lu family, you have to treat me with the utmost respect. If you don't, Lu Feng's voice trailed off slowly. Suddenly, a terrifying glint appeared in his eyes. Everyone that Lu Feng's gaze swept over felt as if their hearts were about to stop. They were shrouded in an endless panic. Then I will personally take action. I don't care what your identity is. I will personally take action. I will beat you up until you admit your identity. Domineering. Lu Feng's words were still as domineering as before. If anyone refused to admit it, then he would take action forcefully. He would beat them up until they had no choice but to admit it. Countless people fell silent. If this had been any other time, they would have ganged up on him. However, now that they were facing Lu Feng, they all understood that ganging up on him was just a joke. The 3 words, green underworld sky, had always been a real sky that had deeply suppressed their hearts. When he saw that nobody was saying anything, Lu Feng didn't look at these people anymore. Instead, he walked over to the 2 excited descendants of the Lu family. Let's go, my 2 cousins. As soon as he said this, Lu Feng had already started walking forward. When Lu Feng had said those words, he had already seen the figures of the Lu family's patriarchs in the distance. The two descendants of the Lu family exchanged a glance before nodding their heads gently. They knew that Lu Feng's existence had already become inevitable. This was something that couldn't be changed. Previously, they hadn't been willing to accept Lu Feng. Besides the contradictions in their hearts, they had also disapproved of Lu Feng. However, now that Lu Feng had used his current status as the taboo monarch to do this, there was no need to say anything more. All the dissatisfaction and estrangement from before had completely disappeared. They no longer existed. Deep down, they still found it difficult to accept the fact that they had extracted their own bloodline and given it to Lu Feng. However, it was already too late. They also understood that Lu Feng was much more important than 100 or 1,000 descendants of the Lu family. Eventually, the three of them arrived before the Lu family's patriarch. Lu Feng smiled back at the second patriarch, who was smiling faintly. "Are you satisfied with this outcome, second patriarch?" Lu Feng had also heard that there was some sort of agreement that prevented the elders from taking action. However, how could the Lu family's patriarch tolerate these people insulting the Lu family? The fact that they had all disappeared meant that Lu Feng had to deal with this matter himself. That was why this was the first thing Lu Feng asked when he met the second patriarch. The second patriarch's smile never wavered. He stared at Lu Feng for a long time before he said slowly, "Lu Feng, I know that you have some grievances in your heart. I don't blame you for this. However, can you understand how the descendants of the Lu family feel?" Lu Feng was silent. Although Lu Feng could accept the second patriarch's actions logically, he still felt that he had been tricked. However, deep down, Lu Feng still felt as though he had been schemed against. When he heard the second patriarch's words, Lu Feng fell silent. This was because, just as the second ancestor had said, Lu Feng had never considered things from the perspective of those people. He'd always viewed everything from his own point of view. After a long time, Lu Feng sighed deeply. A smile reappeared on his face. "Second patriarch, I understand. Just a few simple words were enough to explain everything." The second patriarch's smile grew even more pronounced. A moment later, he looked at the two members of the Lu family next to Lu Feng and said, "Of these two, one is your eldest uncle's son, Lu Luo's younger brother. His name is Lu Yun." Lu Yun was the somewhat impulsive younger brother from before. Lu Feng had a good impression of Lu Yun. Although Lu Yun's impulsiveness had only embarrassed the Lu family even more back then. However, his hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness were exactly what Lu Feng liked and appreciated. Nodding gently, Lu Feng didn't say anything unnecessary. He only said coolly, "Cousin Lu Yun, let's write off the past. In the future, please take care of me." He knew that Lu Feng was referring to things that had happened a long, long time ago. They bullied Lu Feng when they were young. Since Lu Feng was willing to write off the past, Lu Yun naturally didn't want to pursue the matter. He smiled faintly and looked directly at Lu Feng. "In the future, please take care of me." The two of them smiled at each other. The second patriarch pointed at the person next to Lu Yun. "This is your second uncle's only son, Lu Ming. He's the second genius of the Lu family's younger generation, second only to Lu Luo." Lu Feng nodded gently and said the same thing. Lu Ming was much more mature than Lu Yun. Therefore, his answer wasn't as simple as Lu Yun's. Lu Ming finally stopped after saying a few words that eased Lu Feng's heart. The second patriarch's smile grew even more radiant when he saw the three's attitudes. Originally, matters between the younger generation had nothing to do with him. After all, he was the second patriarch of the Lu family and the second most respected person in the Lu family after the founding ancestor. This was just a matter of the younger generation. It was simply not something that could reach his level. However, he had no choice but to step in this time. The Lu family didn't want any rift between them and Lu Feng. "All right, now that we've entered the Great Wilderness Totem, we'll listen to Lu Yun's orders. For now, we'll listen to Lu Feng. Do you have any questions?" The second patriarch's words were clear. They had to listen to Lu Feng. Lu Yun and Lu Ming didn't even look at each other when they heard this. They immediately bowed respectfully and shouted, "As you command, Second Patriarch." Chapter 480. Being able to meet the second ancestor was already a great fortune. They knew that if it weren't for the fact that the Lu family had 3 spots and that only those below the demigod realm could enter, they wouldn't have had a chance to meet the second ancestor. The two of them had great respect for this legendary existence who had once competed with godly King Placid Chaos. They didn't want to go against his words. Moreover, they had already approved of Lu Feng's performance earlier. Therefore, the two of them did not have any objections at all. Seeing this, the second ancestor nodded lightly. "All right, you guys can go. Up ahead is the entrance. The invincible Spirit King of our human race is already waiting there." The 3 of them glanced at each other and walked towards the entrance without any hesitation. There weren't many young people left at the entrance. There were only 7 figures standing there. Aside from them, there were the experts of the human race and some of the younger members of the foreign races. Seeing the arrival of Lu Feng and the other 2, everyone's eyes focused on them. The 7 experts of the human race had all witnessed how domineering Lu Feng was. They saw how Lu Feng's aura alone made Yu Qi tremble. Therefore, they were extremely wary of Lu Feng. After all, Lu Feng's reputation as the god of slaughter wasn't just for show. Yu Qi saw that when Lu Feng arrived, he kept his head lowered. He was now in awe of Lu Feng from the bottom of his heart. Lu Feng was simply too terrifying, too powerful. There was no way to defeat him. Although Lu Feng hadn't even reached the perfect stage, Yu Qi understood that Lu Feng's true strength couldn't be measured like this. Once he unleashed his full strength, there was probably no existence below the demigod realm that could compare to him. Lu Feng completely ignored the 7 of them. There was only one existence in his eyes right now. "You've come into being." Lu Feng had a strange smile on his face as he looked at the figure in the center of the group. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the figure fell silent. After a while, he slowly walked out of everyone's protection. "You guys have already caused such a huge commotion. If I don't come into being, then I don't need to come into being." Hearing this, Lu Feng smiled and nodded without any hesitation. "Indeed, immortal kings and demon kings are too strong. I, the Emperor, will not lose to anyone. The 3 of us are enough to look down on the younger generation. If it had been a little later, you wouldn't have needed to come into being either." Lu Feng's words were extremely arrogant and displeasing. However, they had to admit that Lu Feng's words were true. Plus, they all knew that Lu Feng had the right to be arrogant. As if he was displeased by Lu Feng's words, the figure fell silent. After a long while, he finally spoke again. "The path to the Emperor's Tao is not completely smooth. Since ancient times, many geniuses have looked down on the world and were invincible. However, in the end, didn't they all fall on the final path? Let's not talk about the distant past. Your Lu family's king of life and death suppressed the divine king of chaos for a few hundred years. However, in the end, he was also surpassed by the divine king of chaos, who didn't have any bloodline power. However, he stopped at the final realm. Now, he hasn't even stepped foot into the otherworldly supremacy. Therefore, talent only means that you have a high starting point. It doesn't mean that you will definitely win in the end." After saying this, the figure finally turned around and walked back to the group of foreign race youths. A faint smile tugged at Lu Feng's lips as he watched the figure leave. At this moment, Lu Ming had already arrived beside Lu Feng. He looked at the departing figure and frowned slightly. "Lu Feng, is that person also a king?" Lu Feng nodded without hesitation. The smile remained on his lips, as if he didn't care about any of this at all. When he saw Lu Feng's attitude, Lu Ming could only sigh deeply. A king. Even in the era of the War of the Kings, he was still one of the most terrifying protagonists. However, in Lu Feng's eyes, a king was nothing more than that. The scene rendered everyone speechless. He's just a peak 7th-level king, Dao genius. He's even a bit weaker than the crown prince of the heavenly Dao when I first met him, to say nothing of immortal kings and demon kings. There's nothing to be afraid of. When he heard Lu Feng's words, The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched. He just arrived at Lu Feng's side. One had to know that, because his bloodline had been extracted, he was only a peak third-level genius. However, the one Lu Feng spoke of was a peak seventh-level king Dao genius. They couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as him. However, in the face of this, Lu Feng said there was nothing to be afraid of. I really didn't expect that the 31st prince of the Serene blood clan would be the true hidden genius of the Serene blood clan. He's the one they rely on. That person just now was the 31st prince of the Serene blood clan? Asked Lu Feng. Lu Ming nodded lightly. The Serene blood clan has a total of 37 princes. The most famous among them were the 3rd prince, the 8th prince, the 19th prince, and the 23rd prince. These 4 princes are all kings of massacre. It can be said that the 4 monstrous princes of the Serene blood clan have shaken the universe and made the geniuses of billions of races tremble. Apart from these 4 princes, although the other princes are somewhat famous, they aren't very dazzling existences. The strongest among them is merely an ordinary 4th-level emperor Dao genius. Of course, legend has it that the 31st prince is such an existence. Originally, when Wang Zhan appeared, many existences had seen the crown prince of the heavenly Dao's endless concealment and guessed that the Serene blood clan was also hiding such a monstrous genius. They wondered which of the 4 princes it was. Now, I finally understand. Lu Ming finally knew the truth. It turned out that the hidden, peerless prince of the Serene blood clan wasn't one of the 4 princes. It was the 31st prince, who wasn't outstanding or mediocre. Suddenly, Lu Ming seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Lu Feng and said solemnly, "Lu Feng, you have to be careful of the 31st prince. Although on the surface, he might not be as good as the crown prince of the heavenly Dao. However, in a real fight, he might be even more terrifying than the crown prince of the heavenly Dao." Hearing this, Lu Feng looked at Lu Ming in confusion. Didn't you not know his identity before? How can you be so sure that the 31st prince is even more terrifying than the crown prince of the heavenly Dao? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Feng, could it be that you have forgotten his identity? Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. However, after thinking for a while, he nodded slightly. He had thought it through thoroughly. I was careless. The Serene blood clan, their progenitor is the Overlord of an era. The power of their bloodline must be a kind of supreme power. Once the power of the blood mark is fully unleashed, the power of their power is extremely terrifying. In that case, if he fully unleashes his combat strength, he's even stronger than the crown prince of the heavenly Dao. Looking at the back of the 31st prince, Lu Feng shook his head gently. Although the 31st prince might be a terrifying existence with 3 supreme powers, he was still slightly inferior to Lu Feng Lai, who had 2 souls. After all, with 2 souls activated, Lu Feng was definitely comparable to an existence with 6 supreme powers. Now, he had even comprehended a 5th supreme power. The current Lu Feng could even suppress the immortal king of the past. However, his perfect beginner strength is still a little troublesome. Even if I fully unleash my combat strength, I might not be able to defeat him. Lu Feng was also aware of his own limitations. Although he had so many advantages against the 31st prince, who was 1 level higher than him, Lu Feng still did not have any confidence in winning. After all, strictly speaking, the levels that they could surpass were actually the same. Lu Feng, do you want to clash with him? Lu Ming's expression changed slightly when he heard Lu Feng's muttering. Without any misgivings, he started to ask Lu Feng Lai directly. Lu Feng shrugged his shoulders gently. Whether we fight or not is not something we could decide. After all, no one knows what will happen in the process. Lu Ming followed Lu Feng's gaze and glanced into the distance. He discovered that many of the younger members of the Serene blood tribe had already entered the entrance. Among those 8 people was the 31st prince. All right, let's go in too. Although I might not be able to defeat him, once I reveal all my trump cards, I won't be afraid of him. After all, we both have enough trump cards. Lu Feng was wearing a protective armor made of secret treasures. He believed that besides him, the 31st prince definitely had a secret treasure as well. Furthermore, the 31st prince definitely had more secret treasures than he did. Therefore, without any restrictions, the two of them would not be able to kill each other even if they used everything they had. Of course, once the power of these secret treasures was exhausted, the situation would be uncertain. After all, there was a limit to the power of secret treasures. Furthermore, although there was no limit to the level of secret treasures, the power of these secret treasures was definitely limited. In an instant, Lu Feng had already arrived in front of the entrance. At this moment, a few terrifying existences from the human race were standing beside them. With a single glance, Lu Feng saw the person in the center. Without any hesitation, Lu Feng bowed. "Greetings, Spirit King." "Greetings, seniors of the human race." The human race attached great importance to the great wilderness totem's recognition this time. Not only had the strongest king of the human race, the Life King, personally come, but even a few supreme almighties had appeared. After all, a lineup like this was enough to start a war between races. The Spirit King and the supreme almighties of the human race did not say anything. They only stared at Lu Feng quietly. After a long while, one of the supreme almighties smiled and said slowly, "A taboo monarch. I never thought that the human race would actually give birth to a second taboo monarch. The Lu family is truly heaven-defying. A family with two taboo monarchs is truly terrifying. In the history of the human race, the first divine king was an existence akin to the progenitor of the human race. However, he was only a monstrous genius at the peak of the Seventh Order monarch realm. He was still quite a distance away from becoming a taboo monarch. In the entire history of the human race, only the human king was a true taboo monarch. His taboo monarch was even more terrifying and lawless. This was because the human king had used his own power to raise his title to the taboo monarch. Compared to the 5 taboo monarchs that have been passed down since ancient times, the human king's title was clearly even more terrifying. Lu Feng could clearly sense that the Almighty who was talking to him was not a venerable martialist. He was a psychic master, so he should be in existence at the level of a Void Emperor. He might even be an extremely terrifying Void Emperor from ancient times. Chapter 481. In the human race, the Void Emperor basically appeared in one place, the Federal University. In that case, this Void Emperor was most likely an existence that had walked out of that place. Lu Feng smiled gently. "Teacher, you're too kind. Thank you for your praise. As for me, I won't deny it, because I have the strength and qualifications to be recognized." This was Lu Feng's arrogance. This was Lu Feng's confidence. Even when facing those terrifying experts, his glory and confidence would not wither at all. Hearing how Lu Feng addressed him, the Void Emperor was slightly taken aback. However, he soon smiled gently. His elegant figure was no longer concealed. "Yes, you're still a student of our Federal University. Dao Songtian contacted me a while ago and asked me to ask you when you can go back. You should know that you've missed almost a year of classes." Lu Feng shrugged helplessly. Perhaps only he could be so impudent in front of these terrifying existences. "You really can't blame me for this. However, after this is over, I should be able to return to the human race. At that time, I will report to the university." Hearing this, the Void Emperor laughed and patted Lu Feng's shoulder gently. Previously, when Dao Songtian wanted to mobilize all the forces of the Federal University to search for Lu Feng, the Void Emperor did not think much of it. After all, although Lu Feng's talent actualization quotient was as high as 2, for he had the potential to become a God Emperor. However, this was still potential. It was very difficult for him to succeed. However, after the battle between Lu Feng and the Demon King, he was completely recognized as the Taboo King. All the doubts in his mind disappeared. He already knew that Lu Feng had such potential because he was an emperor. Now that he heard that Lu Feng wanted to report to the Federal University, The Great Void Emperor naturally felt happy from the bottom of his heart. It's good that you remember, after saying this. The Void Emperor did not say anything else. The Spirit King had finally arrived before Lu Feng. The Spirit King was an extremely handsome young man. If it wasn't for the constant confident smile on his face. If that was the case, the Spirit King's existence would really be like the boy next door. However, this boy next door existence was fully deserving of being at the pinnacle of the universe. The Outer Realm battlefield had ancient restrictions. It was extremely troublesome for supreme beings to enter. The same was true for the otherworldly supremes. Generally speaking, the most powerful otherworldly supremes were the life and death quasi-kings. This was also the reason why, when Pil Saint Rong appeared back then, all the outsiders had fallen silent. After all, if a heretic supreme were to descend onto the battlefield in the Outer Realms, then they would be completely invincible and impossible to deal with. Apart from the Medicine God territory, the other lords of the 36 territories were all close to the quasi-life and death quasi-monarch. They were all peerless almighties or truly invincible almighties. Among them, the most famous were Yao Guangming and a few other invincible lords. Apart from them, there were also a few independent cultivators who were similarly invincible almighties. Apart from these original inhabitants of the Outer Realm battlefield, there were even more terrifying almighties among the existences sent by the various major races to the Outer Realm battlefield. Among them, there were even almighties who defied the heavens. In general, there were no less than 20 almighties who were publicly known in the Outer Realm battlefield. Among these 20 almighties, there were 5. The most famous ones were the 5 Supremes. They were the ancestor of the Serene Blood Clan, the immeasurable king of the Sky Demon Clan, the Spirit King of the Human Clan, King Bai Zhao Lu of the Emperor Clan, and the Divine King of the Wind God Territory, Yao Guangming, who had been in the limelight recently. These 5 were all quasi-life and death quasi-kings. They were terrifying existences that even the Divine King couldn't kill once they decided to escape. It could be said that in their generation, there was no danger to speak of in the current world. Among these 5, the Spirit King of the Human Clan and King Bai Zhao Lu of the Emperor Clan were undoubtedly the most powerful existences. Their fates were also the most resounding. Before Alchemy Saint Lu had appeared, these two were publicly acknowledged as kings of kings in the Outer Realm battlefield. It was a pity that Lu Feng had never imagined that one of the 2 legendary kings would actually be like this. The Spirit King gently smiled when he saw the strange expression on Lu Feng's face. At that moment, Lu Feng felt like his heart had been moved as well. Such a scene made him tremble in fear. It had to be mentioned that the Spirit King had directly affected his heart. Lu Feng knew that although he wasn't very powerful, his heart was incomparably firm. But now, the Spirit King's casual smile had directly affected his heart. This was just too terrifying. A moment later, Lu Feng's expression returned to normal. However, a strange expression appeared in the Spirit King's eyes when he saw this. In a moment, after the Serene Blood Clan has entered, it will be your turn. According to the information we've received, the first trial should be a test of desolation. As long as your talent is enough, you can definitely pass it. This shouldn't be a problem for the 10 of you. Hearing this, a trace of excitement appeared on the faces of the 9 people aside from Lu Feng. Being able to pass the first trial would bring countless benefits. This was something that everyone knew. They all knew. When they saw Lu Feng, they understood that their only purpose here was to work hard and increase their strength. Everything else was destined to have nothing to do with them. Glancing at these people, the Spirit King's voice rang out once more. The second trial. It's also a test of talent, but this trial is much more difficult. This trial will be conducted based on the number of people. According to my calculations, if you want to pass the second trial, you need to be at least an emperor of your clan. Of the 10 people present, only Yuyo Qijian and Lu Feng of the Yuyo clan were emperors or above. In other words, out of the 10 of them, 8 would be eliminated. Many existences were slightly speechless. One of the supreme experts beside the Spirit King's sighed helplessly when he saw this. He had no choice but to gather these people. This was because many of the human race's monstrous geniuses could not be contacted. Many of the monstrous geniuses that could be contacted, such as the 7 emperors of the younger generation, were at least demigods. They were unable to enter this place. It was because of this that these people were chosen in the end. However, it was clear that these people were a little lacking. However, when they saw how indifferent Lu Feng was before them, a different expression appeared in their eyes. They knew that if Lu Feng did not come, the human race would really be humiliated. However, if Lu Feng came, the result would be different. This was because Lu Feng's existence was unparalleled. He alone could take on 10,000 people. Of course, if your willpower is strong enough, if a miracle happens, it might not be impossible for you to pass with your strength at the 3rd rank. This will depend on yourselves. The Spirit King did not say anything after that. The person who spoke was a supreme expert of the human race. He didn't say anything useless. He only warned Lu Feng and the others that they had to focus on their own safety. If something was wrong, they had to quickly come out. If you encounter existences from other clans, you have to be careful. If you can't beat them, don't try to be brave. Although you all have artifacts protecting you, once the opponent's power surpasses a certain limit, these artifacts will lose their effects. As a result, don't be too conceited. Do you understand? The 10 of them nodded gently at the same time. All right, let's go. I hope you can succeed. The location of the teleportation was a crack. It was the only crack on the totem of the Great Wasteland. Of course, this crack wasn't forcefully opened by many existences. After all, the totem of the Great Wasteland was a terrifying existence that was comparable to the most powerful overlords of time. Even a number 1 existence in the world, Dishi Divine King, might not be able to harm it, let alone these people. This crack was located at the center of the lower part of the Great Desolation Totem. Its appearance was completely natural. Of course, it was also because of this crack that many existences were finally certain that the Great Wilderness Totem was about to recognize a master. After all, the appearance of this crack represented the meaning behind it. The appearance of the human team could be said to be the true focus of attention. This was because Lu Feng's arrival was no longer a secret. Many of these existences had seen the scene of Lu Feng's peak battle with the Devil King. Therefore, even though Lu Feng was still under the protection of his fate chart cultivation technique, he was still recognized by many existences. Although Lu Feng was no longer the only strongest person in Wangzhan, he was still recognized as the taboo monarch. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, the monstrous genius of the epoch was already an invincible title. However, compared to the taboo monarch, that was just a joke. Therefore, Lu Feng's title of taboo monarch could be said to be peerless in the current era. His arrival naturally attracted almost everyone's attention. When these people saw Lu Feng and the 9 monstrous geniuses of the human race walk directly into the Great Wilderness Totem, a strange expression appeared on their faces. I wonder if he can succeed this time. After all, this is a terrifying artifact comparable to a peak overlord. Perhaps he can't use it now. However, once he grows to the level of the Divine King, no one in the current era will be able to contend with him with this artifact. A mere grade 10 Emperor Dao artifact was enough to more than double the power of the Divine King. If a taboo monarch like Lu Feng wielded a grade 11 artifact that surpassed grade 10 artifacts, who in the current era would be able to contend with him? Many existences were horrified and completely speechless. Walking quietly on the path in the void, Lu Feng was different from the astonished geniuses and monstrous geniuses of the human race. He was incomparably calm, as if nothing in front of him could shake him in the slightest. The moment they entered, they arrived in an area filled with galaxies. This strange phenomenon made the geniuses and monstrous geniuses tremble slightly. These people had a certain fear of the unknown. However, in the face of this, Lu Feng didn't seem to care at all. This was because he'd already experienced far too many of these scenes. With a single glance, Lu Feng completely understood. He understood that there was an inner world within the Great Wilderness Totem. Lu Feng, according to the rumors, a test should appear soon after we enter. Why hasn't it appeared yet? He was slightly puzzled. Although Lu Feng was the youngest here, everyone revolved around Lu Feng. Even Yu Youqi, who feared and loathed Lu Feng to the core, felt the same way. This was because Lu Feng's strength was publicly acknowledged to be unparalleled here. Lu Feng stopped in his tracks when he heard Lu Yun's words, a strange look on his face. Chapter 482. After sensing for a moment, an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looking ahead, Lu Feng's voice slowly spread out. If you don't want to die, get rid of all of this. Lu Feng's voice was very calm. There wasn't much coldness in his voice, but it was filled with an unparalleled killing intent in the ears of many people. It was as if Lu Feng's massacre would descend at any time, causing the world to tremble. The geniuses of the human race looked at each other, seeing the confusion and doubt in each other's eyes. However, they didn't ask anything, because they knew that Lu Feng wouldn't say these things for no reason. Time passed by minute. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. Finally, it seemed like he was getting impatient. A trace of coldness finally appeared on Lu Feng's calm face. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. The moment his voice fell, everyone felt as if a hazy sky had appeared in the void. The sky was incomparably gloomy, as if it was a miniature version of the netherworld. In an instant, the unparalleled heavens covered them, completely enveloping them within. Green sky. They had heard about it for a long time and seen many images. They had seen this terrifying, supreme, immortal technique. However, this was the first time they experienced it personally. The faces of the 9 geniuses changed drastically, and among them, Yu Yuqi's face turned pale. He thought that Lu Feng was about to make a move. However, the pale expression quickly disappeared, because he knew that he was overthinking. If Lu Feng wanted to deal with him, he would have done it long ago. Why would he wait until now? Finally, the terrifying green firmament sky slowly descended. At this moment, all the geniuses and monstrous geniuses of the human race were completely silent. When they looked at Lu Feng, their expressions were filled with inexplicable shock. These people had only heard of the terror of the green sky before, but this was the first time they felt it for themselves. To them, the Qingming sky was too terrifying. It was unimaginably terrifying. Under the green netherworld sky, they felt as if the apocalypse of the universe had arrived. It was a kind of extreme annihilation from the soul to the body. With this kind of power, even an ordinary demigod would turn into ashes in an instant. Lu Ming's expression was unusually heavy. At this moment, he finally understood that Lu Feng was not joking when he said that he could kill 1,000 by himself. Lu Feng possessed such strength just by relying on the sky of green eminence. Finally, when many existences thought that doomsday was about to descend, the cyan underworld sky descended. In an instant, the entire void trembled and countless ripples appeared. In the next moment, it was as if countless spaces were about to collapse. The expressions of the 9 Supremes changed drastically. In this strange space-time, in the internal space of the totem of the great wilderness, they had to be extremely cautious even when moving. How could they dare to display such a terrifying power as Lu Feng did? In the next moment, the void really did shatter. This was the precursor to the shattering of the entire space-time. These people's faces turned ghastly pale. They seemed to be able to see the scene of the space-time collapsing and them being buried along with it. However, just as this situation was about to happen, Lu Ming finally noticed something strange. The space-time in front of them was indeed collapsing. However, beyond the collapsing space-time, there was still a void. It was actually a void world that was exactly the same as this place. Soon, all the surrounding spaces completely collapsed. At this moment, a scene that made them fall silent finally appeared. All the spaces collapsed, but there was another space that was exactly the same as this one. At this moment, the 9 of them understood. Lu Ming's voice slowly sounded. The Serene Blood Tribe has a powerful bloodline branch, also known as the Divine King Clan. This bloodline is the Illusory Tribe. Rumor has it that the descendants of the illusory tribe will be able to obtain the special ability of their ancestor, the illusory divine king. Illusory space once they condense the blood mark. Within this space, there's a world that is similar to the outside world. However, within this space, it is controlled by the master. They can create an illusory world according to their own wishes. In this illusory world, if one is careless and dies, one will truly die. Although everything created in the illusory world is fake, it is the soul that experiences everything. If the soul is annihilated, even if the physical body is in perfect condition, it will be completely useless. Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded slightly. His eyes were still cold. The surrounding geniuses and monstrous geniuses of the human race had extremely ugly expressions. They already understood that from the moment they had entered this place until now, they had not moved an inch. All of these changes were because they had entered an environment of souls. It could be said that if Lu Feng had not destroyed everything with extreme violence, they would have sunk into this illusory world forever, tormented by those tribulations and ultimately destroyed. Lu Feng's eyes were still scanning the area. The 9 of them knew that after suffering such a great loss, how could Lu Feng let it go? He was already angry. Finally, when Lu Feng scanned a third of the surroundings, he stopped. At this moment, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. You die. In an instant, Lu Feng had disappeared from where he had been standing. His speed had already exceeded the limits of their vision. Even their consciousness had not been able to discover how Lu Feng had disappeared. When these people found out where Lu Feng was, it was not them who had discovered it. It was only after they felt an extremely strong collision that they realized that Lu Feng had already gone to a place 100 miles away in the blink of an eye. 100 miles away, Lu Feng stood quietly in the void. Beside him, the figure of an existence swayed and finally fell into the void. However, there was a hint of mockery on that evil face. Emperor Lu Feng, that's all there is to it. Do you think you can kill me? A moment later, he staggered to his feet and stood up. When they saw this person, the 9 geniuses and monsters of the human race had a hint of anger in their eyes. Finally, Yu Chi heard the angry voice. Illusory Ali, what are you doing? With a glance, Yu Chi recognized this person's identity. He was one of the 8 monsters of the Serene blood clan who had entered the Great Wilderness Totem. Illusory Ali was an abnormally famous monstrous genius. It was said that he was one of the peak monstrous geniuses of the Nether blood race. Although he couldn't compare to the 4 princes, the Emperor of Slaughter, he was at the peak of the 4th Order Emperor realm. He was an existence that was infinitely close to the Emperor of Slaughter. In the past, Yu Chi had only heard of his existence and had only seen his appearance. Although Yu Qian and Illusory Ali were both monsters of the same level. But in Yu Chi's heart, if it wasn't for the Great Wilderness Totem's recognition, he and Illusion Ali would have never met face to face in their entire lives. However, an existence that they'd never have the chance to meet in their entire lives had mercilessly tried to kill them as soon as they'd met. If Lu Yun hadn't discovered this earlier, and if it hadn't been for Lu Feng's peerless strength that shattered all the illusions, they would have sunk into this environment and been completely annihilated. Hearing Yu Chi's words, Illusion Ali still had a mocking smile. He glanced at Yu Chi and said disdainfully, "A bunch of trash. If it wasn't for the Emperor, you would have thought you were still in the inheritance. Even if I caused a disaster, you would have thought it was part of the trial. In the end, all of you would have died at my hands. I really don't understand. How can people like you have the right to come here? Indeed, if Lu Yun hadn't discovered them, they would have ended up like Illusion Ali said. Even if they encountered a disaster, they wouldn't care too much. After all, none of the youths who entered this place died." After saying that, the Illusory Ali looked at Lu Feng, his expression unchanged. Everyone says that Emperor Lu Feng is unparalleled in the world, the Taboo King. In my opinion, that's all there is to it. If it wasn't for his warning, I'm sure you would have been the same. You wouldn't even know how you died. Hearing this, Lu Feng smiled but didn't explain anything. Because this time, Alex was right. He didn't care at first, because Lu Feng didn't think that someone would dare to plot against him. Lu Feng looked at the illusory Ollie, who stood up and was about to leave, and said with a playful tone, "This time, it was indeed my negligence. It seems that my recent victories and breakthroughs have caused me to forget myself. If that's the case, I'll have to thank you this time. However, those words just now, are they your last words? In return for your help, I can allow you to say a little more." Illusory Ali's body trembled slightly as he turned around. The next moment, he turned around and looked at Lu Feng. His expression was incomparably playful. "My last words? Emperor, I think what you said before was right. Your recent victories have caused you to forget yourself. Do you really think you can kill me?" In the next moment, a sparkling rune suddenly appeared in front of the illusory Ali. It floated silently, incomparably serene and beautiful, filled with a peculiar luster. Seeing this rune, Lu Ming and the others' expression turned unsightly. Among the crowd, only Lu Feng's expression remained unchanged. Illusion Ali looked at Lu Feng and said in an incomparably relaxed manner, "This rune is called Light Protection. It's one of the few secret treasures passed down from my illusion lineage. Its existence can perfectly protect me. Now, you still want to kill me? Ha ha." A wanton, wild laughter sounded, as if he could already see Lu Feng's helpless expression. Indeed, after seeing the protection of light, the expressions of the few people, including Lu Ming, turned ugly. Illusory Aaron's strength was only at the intermediate perfect stage. Perhaps they weren't his match. However, if Lu Feng were to make a move, facing the intermediate perfect stage Illusion Ali, he would most likely be crushed. Not to mention anything else, just the descent of Qing Ming Tian would be enough to completely suppress Illusion Ali. But now, with Light Protection's existence, everything would turn into bubbles. Illusion Lineage's Inheritance Secret Treasure Light Protection. Legend has it that it's a peak grade 8 secret treasure. I truly didn't expect your Illusion Lineage's primogenitor to think so highly of you and let you bring it out. Could it be that they're not afraid that you'll be killed by some exceptional almighty and snatched away? One must know that this item is something that even exceptional almighty would be moved by. Chapter 483. Lu Feng's voice slowly echoed. After staying with Jiahua Wuyue for such a long time, he knew a lot of famous secret treasures in the universe. Among them, the Guardian of Light was one of them. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the illusory Alex's face turned ugly. This time, he was able to obtain the Guardian of Light because the ancestors of his family thought highly of him. Previously, the elders of his family had warned him many times not to reveal the fact that he had the Guardian of Light. Otherwise, it might cause some terrifying unforeseen events. This time, the illusory Alex didn't want to expose himself. Unfortunately, he was facing Emperor Lu Feng. Although he kept saying that he disdained Lu Feng, he still felt fear in his heart when facing Lu Feng. He was a mid-level perfect stage martialist, and Lu Feng was only at the peak evolution stage. There were 2 levels between the two of them. However, he knew very well that if he didn't have the Guardian of Light, he would be killed instantly if he faced Lu Feng. The Emperor's name, the taboo monarch's existence, this wasn't something that could be casually said. The illusory Alex couldn't help but reveal that he had the Guardian of Light. Now that he heard Lu Feng mention it, he naturally felt uncomfortable. He raised his head and looked at Lu Feng with a cold gaze. The illusory Alex slowly said, "You don't have to worry about this. Emperor Lu Feng, I hope that you can continue to have such luck in the future and be able to live a smooth life forever." After saying that, the illusory Alex turned around again and flew forward. Unfortunately, he did not manage to fly more than 10 meters because Lu Feng reappeared in front of him in the next moment. Looking at the illusory Alex with an ugly expression, Lu Feng smiled gently. "The time for your last words has ended." Hearing this, the illusory Alex was slightly stunned. However, he soon laughed wantonly. I didn't hear wrongly, right? How dare you try to kill me after knowing that I have the Guardian of Light?" I really didn't expect Emperor Lu Feng to be such an idiot. He's a big idiot who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Unbridled laughter could be heard continuously. Behind Lu Feng, those geniuses were also looking at Lu Feng strangely. They also didn't understand why Lu Feng would say such words after knowing that the illusory Alex possessed a peak grade, 8 secret treasure. Lu Feng stood quietly on the spot with an indifferent smile on his face. It seemed as though the person Alex had mocked wasn't him, Lu Feng. Looking at the wildly laughing figure, Lu Feng slowly opened his mouth and said, "My attack just now should have seriously injured you." Lu Feng's words caused the crazy laughter to abruptly stop. At this moment, the illusory Ali's face was distorted, an indescribable distortion. Looking at this scene, everyone looked at everything in front of them in astonishment. Lu Feng smiled lightly and continued, "Indeed, secret treasures don't need to be of a high enough level to be used. However, the amount of power that can be used is limited. The Guardian of Light is a peak grade, 8 secret treasure. The more terrifying a secret treasure is, the more power it needs to be used every time. You're just a monstrous level for Emperor Dao genius. Your cultivation has only reached the peak of mid-level. How many times can you use the Guardian of Light? Once? Or is it that you can't use that perfect defense at all? Otherwise, why would you be injured just now?" At this moment, the eyes of the many existences lit up. They looked at the illusory Ali with a strange expression. Apart from Lu Feng, everyone else had secret treasures. They naturally knew that although secret treasures didn't need to be of a high enough level to be used, if they wanted to use it, they needed to use their own power. The more powerful a secret treasure was, the more power it needed to use it. Just as Lu Feng said, if the illusory Alex had been injured by Lu Feng's attack, then he probably wouldn't have been able to use the Guardian of Light anymore. Otherwise, how could he have been injured? The power of my green firmament is equivalent to a peak demigod, which is a powerful attack from a level 4 demigod, domain demigod. Your power limit is only comparable to a level 2 demigod. Therefore, having you resist a level 4 demigod power of power is enough to injure you greatly. If it wasn't for the Guardian of Light, I'm afraid you would have been destroyed countless times by my green firmament. Fortunately, you managed to use it in time. Therefore, you didn't die, and you even managed to survive perfectly. However, my next attack is something you won't be able to withstand. Although I didn't use my strongest trump cards in that attack, I still used a terrifying amount of power to kill. That kind of attack wouldn't be much weaker than Qing Mingtian's attack. As for you, although you managed to withstand my second attack, you also suffered a certain amount of damage. In order to cover up everything, you even took the initiative to reveal that you have the Guardian of Light. You hoped that I would misunderstand and think that it was impossible to break through your defense. That way, you would be safe. I don't know if I'm right. Silence. The illusory Alex was completely silent. However, when he looked at Lu Feng, his eyes were filled with viciousness. "Emperor, the human race isn't the only one outside. My illusory supreme ancestor is also in the outer region. He is also around the great wilderness totem. If you don't want to cause any conflict, it's best that you let me go." Without a doubt, he admitted to everything that Lu Feng had said. In an instant, the 9 people from the human race were filled with a strange feeling. They had never imagined that everything would develop into such a scene. Looking at the illusory Alex, Lu Feng smiled gently and shook his head slowly. "Is your supreme ancestor from the illusory lineage very strong?" He was merely in existence at the level of a peerless almighty. This kind of strength is really nothing in the human race's team this time. Lu Feng's words made the illusory Alex's heart sink. Furthermore, Lu Feng didn't finish his sentence. At this moment, he looked at the illusory Alex again. However, there was a trace of pity in Lu Feng's eyes. "I, Emperor Lu Feng, have never given up because of threats." The moment his voice fell, an ancient illusory figure appeared behind Lu Feng. It was a terrifying supreme monarch. He walked out of the tranquil, long river of time and covered history. He was filled with an unparalleled majesty and a tyrannical bearing. that's the ancestor of the Lu family, the human monarch. Lu Feng had executed a supreme killing move. Although Lu Feng hadn't reached the pinnacle, with the addition of his bloodline, the great demon, and the primordial power, his combat strength had reached a terrifying level. He was even able to kill a peak 4th-level demigod. Naturally, even though the illusory Ali tried his best to activate the power of the light protection, he was still annihilated in the end. Lu Feng walked up to the illusory Ali and looked at the sparkling and translucent runes. A trace of resplendent divine light flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. The light protection was a pinnacle grade 8 secret treasure. It was 1 grade higher than Lu Feng's armor. It could be said that this pinnacle grade 8 secret treasure was a shocking treasure in the entire universe. In terms of value, it was almost comparable to a grade 9 divine item. This item is not bad. It's a pity that it followed the wrong person. He smiled faintly and held the light protection in his hands. However, in the next moment, Lu Feng felt an invincible and terrifying intent emerge from the light protection. In an instant, Lu Feng's eyes were slightly dazed. He seemed to have fallen into a different space and time. Lu Ming's group of 9 looked at Lu Feng's bewildered expression with a strange look. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Lu Feng was still the same as before. Finally, someone stopped waiting and slowly walked up to Lu Feng. However, just as they were about to do something to Lu Feng, the dazed eyes suddenly disappeared. What reappeared was the indifferent gaze from before. When he saw Lu Feng's appearance, Lu Ming sighed softly and asked directly, "Lu Feng, what happened just now? Are you okay?" When he heard this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up slightly. However, they returned to normal after a moment. He shook his head gently. Something went wrong just now. It's nothing. These people could see that Lu Feng was unwilling to say anything. Naturally, they wouldn't pursue the matter. They just nodded gently and fell silent. Lu Feng looked at the dimmed, radiant guardian in his hands, and a smile appeared on his face. This time, you're mine. These people didn't know what kind of thrilling change Lu Feng had experienced in the past 20 minutes. It could be said that Lu Feng had experienced the most terrifying disaster of his life in these 20 minutes. If it hadn't been for the terrifying and mysterious divine Futu in his consciousness space at the last moment, he would have been completely annihilated. In a mysterious and illusory world, an existence with closed eyes suddenly opened his bewitching eyes. This was an incomparably mysterious existence. In this mysterious and abnormal world, he was the greatest ruler. However, in the next instant, the moment those strange eyes opened, a faint purple trace overflowed from the corner of his mouth. This was blood. It was the color of the blood of the serene blood tribe. Slowly, he stood up from his unmoving position. He extended his sparkling arm and slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A trace of anger appeared in those mysterious eyes. Who on earth? He actually erased all the spiritual imprints that I had left on the Light Guardian. Not a single trace of it was left. Could it be that the Divine King made a move? Illusory Ali's death was entirely his own doing. This time, Lu Feng had never thought of going on a killing spree. He only wanted to increase his own strength. Unfortunately, his intentions were good, but others weren't willing to let him have his way. Illusory Alex was the first one. In front of him was a path filled with pressure. This was the first trial. As long as he could pass this path, he would have passed the first trial. Chapter 484. According to the people who came here before, as long as one was a peak rank 3 genius, they would be able to pass through easily. Therefore, although they could feel the pressure along the way, they were able to withstand it. This was a test of desolation. It wasn't that terrifying. It could be considered a test of one's aptitude. Therefore, as long as one's aptitude met the requirements, they would be able to pass through easily. Lu Yin walked beside Lu Feng. Looking at the silent Lu Feng, he smiled faintly and said, "Lu Feng, you have struck it rich this time." Lu Yin was Lu Feng's cousin, but they were the same age. Lu Yin was also 18 years old this year. He was different from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was already 24 years old, so whether it was speaking or doing things, he was filled with the thoughts of an adult. Lu Yun, on the other hand, was different. He acted more like a child. Hearing Lu Yun's words, Lu Feng smiled faintly and slowly nodded. Luck, this is pure luck. If he wasn't so conceited, I wouldn't have obtained this thing. If it wasn't for the fact that the illusory Alex believed himself to be powerful and had the help of the Guardian of Light, no one would be able to harm him. In that case, he wouldn't have made a move and ended up being seen through by Lu Feng. Lu Yun laughed heartily. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't dare take the Radiant Guardian for themselves after killing Illusory Alex. After all, Illusory Alex was the one who killed Illusory Alex first. So what if he was killed? No one could say anything. However, it was a little dangerous to take the Radiant Guardian for themselves. After all, the Radiant Guardian was an inherited treasure of the Illusion faction. Not to mention its value. Just the symbolism it represented was incomparably revered. If it was someone else who had the guts to kill Illusion Ali, they definitely wouldn't have the guts to take the Radiant Guardian for themselves. However, when it was Lu Feng, these people didn't understand. They didn't have to worry about it. Because Lu Feng was the young master, with his status in the Lu family, as long as he didn't commit an act of extermination or betrayal, no one would do anything to him. The Lu family, on the other hand, was much more powerful than the Phantom lineage. Ever since the Lu clan produced two otherworldly sovereigns, even the peak Overlord clans were extremely wary of the human race and didn't dare to offend them. Thus, even if the illusionary lineage found out about this, they wouldn't be able to get it back. However, I really didn't expect that the Illusion lineage would give it to Illusion Alexei. The Radiant Guardian is a supreme treasure even among pinnacle overlords. They actually didn't set up any seals or restrictions. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Beside him, Lu Yun kept nagging. Hearing this, Lu Feng just smiled and didn't say anything. There was no way the illusory lineage would be so stupid as to not leave behind something as basic as this. Lu Feng's heart trembled as he recalled the dangerous scene he had just experienced. If it wasn't for the ingress Futu, the seals and restrictions set up by the illusion lineage's forefathers would have obliterated him long ago. Lu Feng believed that even a true god would be killed in an instant if faced with that kind of power. All right, the finish line is up ahead. We've reached the end of the road. They could vaguely see the end of the path up ahead. A trace of helplessness appeared on Lu Yun's face. He had come here only to see Lu Feng kill a person. Then, he had to endure a bit of pressure and complete the path. Everything would be over just like that. The process had been a little too simple, so simple that they weren't used to it. I should return to the Lu family after we leave this place. Let's meet again, then. Lu Feng spoke slowly to Lu Yun and Lu Ming when they reached the finish line. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, both of them nodded gently. Lu Feng's return was completely within the two's consideration. In the past, they might have resisted Lu Feng's return, but after spending some time with Lu Feng, especially after seeing how domineering Lu Feng was for the sake of the Lu family's bloodline, the two of them finally felt at ease. Therefore, they were more than happy to welcome Lu Feng's return. After all, with such a strong and domineering young master, everything they'd suffered over the years would no longer happen again. Lu Yun sighed softly as he looked at Lu Feng's departing figure. Stunning talent, invincible willpower, immortal reputation. Lu Feng could be said to be the most dazzling existence in the universe, even without the title of young master of the Lu family. I heard from my father that Lu Feng started cultivating from the awakening of his bloodline. It has only been less than 2 years since he became invincible among those below the God Spirit realm. It's hard to imagine how he did it without the help of the family's resources. In the past, we all complained that if it wasn't for his existence, we would have definitely reached the peak of the younger generation. We wouldn't be much worse than others. But now, it seems that we were too naive. They'd relied on the family's resources and spent 20 years to reach their current level. However, Lu Feng didn't have the help of any resources. He'd relied entirely on himself to climb up from the bottom step by step in less than 2 years. Although he did have the help of the Human King's bloodline, As a disciple of the Lu family, Lu Yun and Lu Ming both knew very well that with only the help of the bloodline, one's cultivation speed might be slightly faster. However, without the existence of resources, one's cultivation speed would still be greatly limited. Hearing Lu Ming's words, a strange expression appeared on Lu Yun's face. In the past, they'd vowed solemnly that they wouldn't be weaker than anyone. If it wasn't for Lu Feng and their bloodline being so weak, they would have definitely become the most important figures of their generation. They wouldn't be any worse than Lu Feng. But now, it seemed that they'd been a little too arrogant. Finally, seeing Lu Feng's back disappear, Lu Ming let out a deep sigh. Let's give it a try. Although we probably won't be able to make it, I still won't be satisfied if I don't try. Hearing this, the human geniuses beside him nodded lightly and smiled in agreement. Lu Yun sighed almost imperceptibly when he saw this. These people's attitudes made him finally understand the importance of strength. Perhaps a person's background was important, but this was only important to ordinary people. To true nobles, the most important thing wasn't your background, but your ability. In the past, he defended the human king Lu family's direct bloodline, but he'd still been mocked and ridiculed by these people. It was only after Lu Feng's arrival that these people trembled in fear with his terrifying, domineering, and powerful aura that they finally changed their attitude. After Lu Feng's departure, the two of them had become the targets of other people's fawning. Soon, the 8 of them walked into the testing tunnel. Yu Qishan's expression shifted as he watched them leave. Before Lu Feng's arrival, he'd been the absolute center of attention. He'd always been the one who'd been surrounded and treated with respect. But with Lu Feng's appearance and Lu Feng's domineering dominance, Yu Qishan's status as a direct opponent of Lu Feng's had plummeted immeasurably. Now, no one was even willing to pay attention to him. Looking at their disappearing figures, Yu Qishan finally scolded them a few times and stepped into the test tunnel. Of course, he was only scolding those people. As for Lu Feng, he only dared to say a few words in his heart. If he were to scold Lu Feng in real life, he would never dare to do so. The second test was actually very simple. Just like the first test, one had to pass through a path. But the path that each person had to take was different. Depending on the realm, the path they had to take was also different. There were a total of 12 paths before the fork. They corresponded to the evolution stage, the upheaval stage, and the perfection stage. There were a total of 12 minor levels, namely the elementary stage, intermediate stage, advanced stage, and peak stage. The path that Lu Feng had chosen was the pinnacle upheaval stage's path. The path was completely forked. Once one entered, the profound mysteries of space would appear and directly take them to different areas. Walking quietly on the path, Lu Feng's heart was calm. He was fully aware of the existence of a second test, because someone had already been here before. Lu Feng silently calculated the time. Finally, when the 10th minute had passed, Lu Feng stopped. At this moment, a figure appeared on the road. Seeing this figure, Lu Feng revealed a faint smile. Just in time, after saying this, Lu Feng raised his foot again. But this time, when he landed, he had already disappeared. The next time he appeared, he was already behind the figure. Just like this, he passed through the figure. Lu Feng didn't look back and continued walking forward. After Lu Feng took a few steps forward, the illusory figure behind him shattered like a crystal that had received a heavy blow. The second test required a monstrous genius at the 4th level of the sovereign Dao domain to pass. That was because in the second stage, an illusory figure would appear. He was a test and would stand in the way. Anyone who wanted to pass this stage would have to kill him. The level and strength of this shadow was just about 4 levels higher than the challenger's level and strength. In other words, a 3rd rank expert couldn't defeat him, but a 4th rank expert could completely crush him. Such a design would completely eliminate those existences below level 3. Soon, Lu Feng had walked the entire path and arrived at the end of the path. In front of him was a circular teleportation gate. Lu Feng knew that this should be the final exit. Without any hesitation, Lu Feng stepped into it. In an instant, he felt as if the world had changed. However, a moment later, this feeling disappeared completely. Lu Feng appeared under another starry sky. At this moment, a strange expression appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. He could feel that what he had felt just now was indeed the feeling of time and space being changed. In other words, when he had just passed through the circular gate, he had once again entered another space-time. There was no doubt that there was more than one inner world within the Great Desolation totem array. Chapter 485. Standing in the void, Lu Feng scanned his surroundings and took in everything in front of him. This was a boundless void world. However, this void world wasn't as monotonous as it seemed. This was because there was a terrifyingly huge crystal pillar of light in this void world. It exuded an ancient and desolate aura as it stood quietly in the void. Beside it, there was a similar circular door. Its shape was almost exactly the same as the door that Lu Feng had passed through when he entered this place. However, it was obvious that this portal was dozens of times larger than the previous ones. In addition to these two things, there were more than 10 existences standing quietly around the light pillar. Lu Feng didn't take a closer look because these people were quite far away from each other. After all, in such an environment, many existences had to be on guard against each other. Lu Feng didn't know the identities of these people at first. However, Lu Feng only glanced at the people in front of him and immediately understood. These people should be the geniuses of the peak overlords who had entered earlier. However, for some reason, they were waiting quietly here. When these people sensed Lu Feng's arrival, they all cast their gazes over. When he saw that Lu Feng was from the human race, he had a strange look in his eyes. It turns out that the human race has already entered. I think it won't be long before everyone is here. This time, it just so happens that everyone is here. Lu Feng was slightly confused, but he didn't ask anything. The existences here were all from different races and didn't have any friendly relations with him. Therefore, Lu Feng would rather observe on his own than ask anything. However, just as Lu Feng was about to approach the huge light pillar, he suddenly heard a voice. Lu Feng? Hearing this, Lu Feng stopped in his tracks and looked at the source of the voice. With a glance, Lu Feng revealed a faint smile. I didn't expect you to be here, too. Lu Feng knew the person who spoke. He was the first person Lu Feng knew among the different races. This person was Guang Ran Tianxing from the War God race. As the current young master of the War God race, Guang Ran Tianxing's name could be said to be very famous. Before the start of the Battle of the Kings, he was already one of the strongest demon-level geniuses. Back then, before Lu Feng obtained the title of Massacre Emperor, Guang Ran Tianxing was already the Massacre Emperor. His strength was universally acknowledged. After sensing Guang Ran Tianxing's power fluctuations, Lu Feng nodded gently. He could clearly sense that Guang Ran Tianxing had definitely reached the perfect stage. Furthermore, he was at the middle stage of the perfect stage. Guang Ran Tianxing was already at the peak of the upheaval transformation stage back then. When he had obtained the title of Massacre Emperor, he had been at the peak of the upheaval transformation realm. Now, he had become a perfect stage martialist. Even if he was at the middle stage of the perfect stage, it wouldn't be too much of an exaggeration. After all, he was also of the Divine King's bloodline. Behind him stood a royal family of the War God race. Of course, this wasn't what Lu Feng was most concerned about. What really interested Lu Feng was Guang Ran Tianxing's current aptitude. Back then, he had barely become the Massacre Emperor. In other words, he had been at the edge of the peak Fifth Order Emperor realm. However, Lu Feng could sense that Guang Ran Tianxing seemed to have become stronger. It wasn't that his cultivation was strong, but that he gave off a terrifying burst of power. This undoubtedly meant that Guang Ran Tianxing's aptitude had improved. Legend has it that during the era of the Battle of the Kings, geniuses ran amok. During this era, the origin of the universe sent countless miracles. All the geniuses and evildoers who participated in the Battle of the Kings were blessed with great luck and encountered great opportunities. These fortuitous encounters and luck often improve their aptitude imperceptibly, allowing their strength to improve on a fundamental level. Lu Feng understood that Guang Ran Tianxing should be such an existence. He must have also encountered some fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given off such a terrifying feeling. When he heard Lu Feng's words, Guang Ran Tianxing looked at Lu Feng with a rueful expression. When they had first met, Lu Feng hadn't even been a martialist. At the time, he had helped Lu Feng obtain the title of Massacre's Son. The second time had been when the young master of the Mu family had made his debut. At that time, Lu Feng's power had made him feel a little terrified. However, when he had thought that his own breakthrough was terrifying enough, he had received news about Lu Feng that was even more terrifying. Lu Feng had become the taboo king. Guang Ran Tianxing had seen the terrifying battle between Lu Feng and the Demon King through some videos. He had believed that he would have died in an instant in such a confrontation. In other words, he wasn't even a match for Lu Feng now. Back then, he had been an ant in his eyes. Now, he had become an ant in Lu Feng's eyes. All these changes had happened in less than 2 years. This speed left him speechless. After looking at Lu Feng for a moment, Guang Ran Tianxing sighed softly and said, "Lu Feng, every time I see you, you are transforming at a terrifying speed. Now, you have even reached such heights. At first, I thought that my speed was fast enough. Perhaps I wouldn't be able to catch up to you, but I could already see your back. However, it is only now that I have discovered that I was overthinking all of this." Guang Ran Tianxing lamented endlessly. Hearing this, Lu Feng only smiled slightly. Others only saw the terrifying extent of his improvement. They didn't see the countless efforts he had put in and the endless pain he had experienced. However, Lu Feng wouldn't say these things out loud. He looked at Guang Ran Tianxing and asked, "Could the third test be related to that light pillar? Why are all of you standing here?" Originally, Lu Feng had planned to explore it himself. However, with Guang Ran Tianxing here, he naturally saved a lot of time. Guang Ran Tianxing didn't hide anything. After all, there was no point in doing so. He told Lu Feng everything. It turned out that the third test was indeed that light pillar. Strictly speaking, the third test was the advancement of the second test. There was a strange space in the light pillar. Every test taker who entered the light pillar would face an opponent. However, the strength of this opponent was far from what the second test could compare to. In the second test, as long as the opponent was a rank 4 Emperor Dao domain expert, they would be able to pass. However, in the third test, one had to be at least at the level of the Emperor of Massacre. The third test should be the true test of the Great Wilderness Totem. The first 2 tests were of some help. They could strengthen the test taker's physical body and other aspects. However, those enhancements are basically useless to existences at our level. However, from the third test onwards, the rewards that appear are already quite good for us. Lu Feng revealed a look of interest. He had entered this place not only to complete his family's mission, but also to improve his cultivation. However, the truth of the first 2 tests was just as Guang Ran Tianxing had said. They weren't of much help to Lu Feng's improvement. Therefore, Lu Feng thought that the next few tests would probably be the same. He didn't have any other thoughts. However, after hearing Guang Ran Tianxing's words, Lu Feng was finally a little interested. "Then what are the rewards?" Guang Ran Tianxing shrugged slightly and said, "I'm not sure what the rewards are exactly, because until now, I haven't entered it. In my Battle God tribe, other than me, no one else who came here should be able to pass. Furthermore, it hasn't been our turn to enter yet. Therefore, I don't know what the rewards are exactly." Hearing this, Lu Feng was slightly puzzled. Guang Ran Tianxing chuckled when he saw Lu Feng's expression. "You must be wondering why I'm saying this, since I haven't entered yet." Lu Feng didn't try to be pretentious. He nodded his head gently. "I didn't pass, but someone else did. That person was a terrifying demon from the underworld race. The previous test didn't improve him much either. However, after walking out of here, I could feel that his power had increased tremendously. At that moment, even I felt that it was difficult to fight against him. You have to know that before entering, he was still slightly weaker than me. Lu Feng nodded his head gently. In that case, he must have really obtained some shocking benefits from this place. One had to know that the accumulation of any genius or demon was rather terrifying. The amount of resources needed to raise a genius cultivation level by one level was enough for dozens or even hundreds of ordinary existences to raise their cultivation level by one level. And what a monster needed was even more terrifying to the extreme. Hence, if a demon with at least a 5th level Emperor Realm expert could raise his cultivation level by a terrifying amount, the benefits would naturally be shocking. By the way, didn't the 31st Prince of the Serene blood race come here previously? Why haven't I seen him? There were also a few demons from the Serene blood race here, but Lu Feng didn't see the 31st Prince. Lu Feng wouldn't believe that he couldn't reach this place. After all, the 31st Prince was a monstrous talent of this era. Once he unleashed his full power, he wouldn't be inferior to a heavenly king. He might even be stronger. Guang Ran Tianxing's expression changed slightly when he heard Lu Feng's words. You saw him too, right? Lu Feng nodded gently. He is a monstrous talent of this era. He is a young paragon who will definitely be conferred the title of king. His strength is rather terrifying. Why haven't I seen him? Among the many existences here, Lu Feng was most concerned about the 31st Prince. Besides him, Lu Feng hadn't seen anyone else who was qualified to fight him. Guang Ran Tianxing was silent for a moment before he pointed to the flickering white light pillar and said in a strange tone, "He is inside now." Lu Feng was slightly stunned. Aren't we supposed to go in order? I remember that he didn't come in for long. Guang Ran Tianxing's expression became slightly awkward when he heard Lu Feng's words. Indeed, he also just came here. However, when he came here, a monstrous talents test was completed. Hence, he went in directly. Lu Feng didn't say anything. He understood in an instant. Lu Feng smiled and said in a calm tone, "So that's how it is." Lu Feng's words made the awkwardness on Guang Ran Tianxing's face even more apparent. Chapter 486. Guang Ran Tianxing knew that Lu Feng had already guessed it. Indeed, everyone here had to follow the order. After all, there was only one assessment venue. If one person entered, the others would have to wait. However, there were also unexpected circumstances. For example, the 31st Prince. His true strength was at the perfect beginner level, which was one level lower than Guang Ran Tianxing's. However, Guang Ran Tianxing was only a peak 5th level genius with the Emperor Path domain. Although he had had a fortuitous encounter, he had unfortunately not broken through and become a 6th level genius with a Monarch Path domain. The 31st Prince, on the other hand, was a true monstrous genius at the peak of the 7th step of the Sovereign Realm. He even possessed a battle prowess close to 3 supreme powers. Guang Ran Tianxing was completely unable to resist the 31st Prince, and the others present were the same. Therefore, if the 31st Prince requested it, these people would naturally not dare resist. Lu Feng smiled faintly when he saw Guang Ran Tianxing's expression. You don't have to do this. You have to know that the law of the jungle is the law of the universe. Those who are not as strong as him will naturally have to retreat. This is the privilege of the strong. Lu Feng was the one who felt this the most. In the past, although he had possessed the talent of a monstrous genius, his true strength had been far too low. He had been inferior to many geniuses, let alone those monstrous geniuses of the same level. Therefore, he had only been able to conceal himself back then. Guang Ran Tianxing's expression calmed down slightly when he heard Lu Feng's words. He had only felt a little awkward just now. He naturally understood this logic. I reckon that the 31st Prince will come out very soon. After all, given his strength, he would not waste much time fighting against a 5th level genius like himself. The fastest person was a 6th level genius with the Monarch Path domain who belonged to the Origin race. It only took him a few minutes to come out. Lu Feng nodded his head gently. If he was really fighting against someone who was 5 levels above him, it really wouldn't take much time. After all, the 31st Prince was a monster at the peak of the Monarch realm. His limit was the 7th rank. Lu Feng and Guang Ran Tianxing stood where they were, chatting idly while the others waited quietly. These people didn't really hear what Lu Feng said before. After all, Lu Feng and Guang Ran Tianxing had only communicated using normal voices. The two of them were relatively close to the light pillar, while the others were a few miles away from them. If they didn't deliberately listen in, they wouldn't have been able to hear the conversation between Lu Feng and Guang Ran Tianxing. This wait lasted for a full 5 hours. 5 hours later, Guang Ran Tianxing and Lu Feng's expressions changed slightly. At this moment, they were no longer talking about anything. Instead, they focused on the pillar of light. Other than them, many of the monsters who were waiting here had also walked up to the two of them. That was because this was the place closest to the pillar of light. This shouldn't be. The 31st prince of a serene blood race is a peak existence. He should be the 6th monarch of this epic, the 6th monarch. This kind of test might be very difficult for others, but it shouldn't be a threat to him. The king of massacre from the origin race only took 20 minutes to come out. How can the 31st prince, who is even more terrifying than him, disappear after 5 hours? No, there's definitely a problem. Many geniuses and monsters had already discovered this. Although they didn't like the 31st prince's strength, they had to admit that he was a peerless genius. Therefore, after seeing that the 31st prince still hadn't appeared after 5 hours, these people couldn't sit still. At this moment, nearly 30 monsters had gathered here. Yu Chi Jian had also entered. Although he was a human like Lu Feng, Yu Chi Jian clearly didn't want to stand with Lu Feng. After all, the impression that Lu Feng had left on him was too deep. Therefore, at this moment, he would rather gather with the other races than get close to Lu Feng. Close to 30 monster incarnates stood quietly where they were. Although they looked calm, there was a strange emotion in their eyes. They were all paying attention to that terrifying pillar of light. This wait lasted for 3 whole hours. A full 8 hours had passed since the 31st prince had entered. This amount of time was already the longest among all the people who had entered this place. If it hadn't been for the light, they would have thought that the 31st prince had already failed and left this place completely. What's going on? What exactly happened inside? As time passed, many existences finally stopped staying silent and started to speculate. However, Lu Feng still didn't say anything. He just watched quietly and waited. Finally, at the 9th hour, the huge pillar of light dimmed. Seeing this scene, all the discussion stopped in an instant. These people knew that all the mysteries were about to be revealed. Time continued to pass. In the end, the light pillar completely disappeared. This time, many existences focused their attention on the door. If the 31st prince could walk out now, it meant that he had succeeded. If he didn't, it meant that he had failed. Soon, 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. However, no figure appeared. Seeing this, the strange look in the eyes of many existences became even more obvious. Impossible. The 31st prince is a monstrous existence of this era. He's the 6th young paragon in the world. It's impossible for him to fail. Guang Ran Tianxing frowned slightly. He didn't believe that the 31st prince would fail. After all, at least 2 people had passed this test before. Lu Feng didn't say anything. He just stood there quietly. Just as the discussion reached its climax, the corners of his mouth curved into a perfect arc. Guang Ran Tianxing was slightly stunned when he saw Lu Feng's expression. However, in the next moment, he saw the figure walking slowly in front of the pillar of light. The 31st prince's appearance caused everyone's voices to stop abruptly. In their hearts, the 31st prince was an incomparably domineering existence. Previously, he had used an extremely strong power to directly enter and disrupt the sequence. Therefore, these people didn't want to provoke such an existence. After walking out of the test, the 31st prince didn't go to the teleportation door to enter the next test. Instead, he chose to walk toward the crowd. At this moment, many existences were slightly stunned. Then, they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The 31st prince's existence had given them too much pressure. Step by step, he walked back and forth. At this moment, Lu Feng's smile became even more obvious. He could vaguely see the state of the 31st prince. Finally, the 31st prince stopped walking. When they saw where he stopped, other than Yu Qian, everyone else revealed a strange look. No one said anything. They just quietly looked at Lu Feng and the 31st prince. Lu Feng looked at the 31st prince and smiled. It seems like you've benefited a lot from here. The 31st prince didn't deny it. He nodded. Before entering this place, he had met Lu Feng. He knew that Lu Feng could roughly sense his strength. Now, his strength was so obvious that Lu Feng could naturally sense it. I really can't believe it. To be able to raise your cultivation by more than half a minor level, what kind of heaven-shaking benefits did you obtain? The 31st prince was a true, monstrous genius of this era. If such an existence wanted to advance, the amount of resources required was thousands or even tens of thousands of times more than ordinary existences of the same level. However, he had completed such a huge leap in just 9 hours. He was almost at the perfect intermediate stage. This kind of improvement was so great that it was a little shocking. The 31st prince didn't answer Lu Feng's question. He just looked at Lu Feng strangely. After a long time, the 31st prince slowly said, "You'll know what benefits there are after you enter. I failed before the final stage. I don't know if you'll be able to pass it." Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. He didn't know what the 31st prince meant. However, after thinking about it, Lu Feng vaguely understood something. Lu Feng nodded and said directly, "You failed, but that doesn't mean I will fail. However, I'm still very interested. After all, to be able to make a monstrous genius of this era fail, it must not be simple." The 31st prince smiled softly. "It's not simple. You'll know once you enter. I'll be waiting for you here. I hope you won't disappoint me." After saying that, the 31st prince turned slightly to the side and made way for Lu Feng. Lu Feng took one last long look at the 31st prince before walking forward. Many geniuses and monstrous geniuses frowned slightly when they saw this. The 31st prince could enter in advance because he was terrifying and powerful. However, Lu Feng was nothing more than a monstrous genius of the human race in everyone's eyes. Why did he have to enter before them? Just as these people were about to say something, Guanran Tianxing's voice suddenly rang out. The existence of the war god tribe is not allowed to speak carelessly. Guanran Tianxing didn't care about the lives of others. He cared about his own tribe. After all, he knew a lot about Lu Feng. Back in the massacre abyss, there were hundreds of geniuses who had been suppressed and killed by Lu Feng. Previously, when Lu Feng had transformed into Fudu, he had directly killed hundreds of geniuses and monstrous geniuses in the medicine god territory. It could be said that although Lu Feng appeared indifferent and even cultured in Guanran Tianxing's eyes, he was a true king of massacre. Who wouldn't dare to kill such an existence? The existences of the war god tribe looked at Guanran Tianxing in confusion. They didn't know why this monstrous genius of the royal tribe would say such a thing. One had to know that Guanran Tianxing's reputation in the war god tribe was very high. However, although they were confused, they didn't really dare to disobey. After all, they knew about Guanran Tianxing's overbearing personality. After seeing that the people of the war god tribe were really silent, the 31st prince smiled and spoke up. "Although I don't really like you guys, we all belong to the same tribe. I can't just watch you guys die. Therefore, if you don't want to die, it's best that you don't speak carelessly and make him angry." If Guanran Tianxing's words were confusing, then the 31st prince's words were shocking. After all, he had said that he didn't want to die. Chapter 487. In other words, if anyone dared to spout nonsense, they would only end up dead. The 31st prince was an exceptional prodigy of the epic era. He was incomparably terrifying. No one present was his match. Yet, he had said such a thing. This proved that if the human youth had made a move, even he would not have been able to protect these people. This was undoubtedly the most shocking thing. Finally, as they watched Lu Feng's figure gradually disappear, Not only the prodigies of the war god race and the serene blood race, but even the people from the other races did not say anything. The atmosphere was incomparably silent for a moment, making everyone feel strangely stifled. After a long time, someone seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at a figure beside them. This person was Yu Qijian, young Master Yu. Who is that human who just entered? Yu Qijian was considered a rather famous existence in the universe. After all, with his aptitude, once he entered the perfect stage, he would be able to become a new emperor of the human race. Although he was not recognized as the emperor of massacre in the universe, a level 4 prodigy was enough to become an emperor among the major races. Yu Qijian fell silent when he saw everyone's gaze. After a while, he sighed deeply and said slowly, "You should have heard of his name. In the past few months, he has become the most famous existence in the universe." Everyone frowned slightly, but after a moment, they all relaxed. Because they had thought of it. One had to know that there was only one person who could be the most famous human in the universe. And that person was the Emperor. In an instant, countless gasps were heard. Many existences exchanged glances and saw the fear in each other's eyes. At this moment, they were really glad that they did not say anything. Otherwise, they would have been finished. It should be known that because of the battle where Lu Feng suppressed 100 monstrous geniuses, Lu Feng had become a truly terrifying and decisive person in the hearts of many existences. If they offended Lu Feng, then they would die. Most likely, he wouldn't even avenge their own race. Lu Feng also heard the discussions of these people behind him. However, he only smiled at this. Perhaps many people thought of him as another bloodthirsty existence, but Lu Feng knew that his killing was in his nature. He had a clear conscience. Lu Feng walked in front of the light pillar, stretched out his arm, and directly touched the light pillar that has lost its light. At this moment, countless dazzling lights began to appear within the light pillar. For some reason, Lu Feng suddenly had an inexplicable understanding in his heart. He knew that as long as he walked in, he would be able to take the test. Without any hesitation, Lu Feng entered the light pillar. At this moment, the beam of light shone brilliantly. The moment he entered the light pillar, Lu Feng once again felt a slight space-time distortion. Of course, Lu Feng could also guess that he had such a feeling. After all, although this light pillar was huge, it was absolutely impossible for it to be large enough to withstand the battle of a perfect stage martial artist. As he gazed at the endless, desolate land before him, Lu Feng had a strange expression on his face. I never thought that this would actually be a real world. This was a real world. Apart from the endless desolation, this place was no different from the surface of a planet. Lu Feng felt that this place wasn't much different from the outskirts of the Cymbidium. Lu Feng exhaled slightly and muttered to himself, "This feeling is really comfortable." This kind of comfort wasn't physical, but a kind of mental relaxation. The environment here was almost exactly the same as the Cymbidium, which made Lu Feng feel as if he had returned to the carefree past. Just as Lu Feng relaxed, a sharp and imposing aura suddenly came from the void. It appeared in an instant, as if there was a peerless blade that could completely obliterate a person. Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the thing in front of him, he exhaled softly. "Is this the test? Can't the great wilderness totem be a little more thoughtful?" Shaking his head slightly, Lu Feng walked towards the projection. This was a projection, a terrifying existence at the first level of the demigod realm. In the outside world, it would probably be able to kill countless geniuses in an instant. However, in Lu Feng's eyes, it was really nothing. This kind of thing posed no threat to Lu Feng at all. As Lu Feng slowly approached, the projection moved. It seemed as if it had just finished brewing up some kind of shocking massacre, and it finally erupted completely at this moment. A terrifying power bloomed and rushed towards Lu Feng to kill him. Lu Feng didn't stop walking. In the next moment, he raised his arm and punched lightly. For a moment, there was complete silence. Everything ceased to exist, and the massacre came to an abrupt end. The illusory figure had completely disappeared. Too weak, way too weak. The current Lu Feng could kill a demigod realm existence, as if he was killing ants. He didn't need to use much strength at all. Lowering his head, Lu Feng's eyes revealed a strange emotion. It could be said that this was the first true demigod realm existence that Lu Feng had killed. In the past, the demigod realm was an unreachable existence in my heart. At that time, even becoming a martial artist was a dream for me, and I had to look up to it. As for the demigod realm, it wasn't a rank, but a belief. However, who would have thought that the current me would have reached such a level? A demigod realm expert. My senior brother Li Tianlai is a second-level demigod realm existence. If that's the case, the current me can already easily kill him. Lu Feng could still vaguely remember the terrifying scene when Li Tianlai had activated the demigod power in the Heavenly City. However, just a year had passed, and he was already standing at a new height. He was at a level where he could easily kill Li Tianlai. The demigod realm is not far away. Really, it's not far away. Lu Feng gently clenched his fists. There was a resolute look in his eyes. He knew that the demigod realm was not far away from him. The current him had already reached the pinnacle of the psychic realm. As long as he waited for the right opportunity, he would be able to enter the demigod realm of the Origin Sutra. At that time, he would be a true king psychic master. Once he reached the pinnacle, his combat strength would reach the peak of the demigod realm. As he thought about this, Lu Feng's heart started to burn. After all, although the demigod realm was not far away, the feeling it gave him was not so easy to get rid of. Being able to kill a demigod realm expert was definitely something that Lu Fenglai would be very excited about. After a while, his emotions finally calmed down completely. At this moment, a trace of doubt appeared on Lu Feng's face. He had already thought of something. That's not right. Although this shadow has reached the demigod realm of the demigod realm, this kind of strength does not pose any threat to the 31st Prince. Lu Feng had only waved his arm lightly to get rid of the shadow. It should be known that Lu Feng had not used much power in this attack. The 31st Prince could have easily unleashed a killing blow of this level. If Luo Yunyang had been able to do it so smoothly, there was no reason for him to waste nearly 9 hours. Lu Feng gradually fell silent as he pondered this. However, this did not last long. In the next moment, an inexplicable fluctuation appeared in the void. Lu Feng slowly raised his head and looked at the thing that had appeared in the void. His eyes were filled with shock. This is the thing in the void shocked Lu Feng. It was really shocking. This was because he had seen that thing before. This was the 3rd time he had seen it. This thing was actually the mysterious altar beneath the realm of time of the ancient Feng clan and the Alchemist Guild. What exactly is going on? Lu Feng fell silent. He was really silent. He looked at this ancient altar and really did not know what to say. Previously, Lu Feng had thought that this altar seemed to be closely related to the era of elixirs and artifacts. However, he now understood that it was not just the era of elixirs and artifacts. Even the era of desolation was closely related to this altar. It seems like what I thought before was all wrong. This altar was refined by the era of elixirs and artifacts. It really does contain a huge secret. Finally, Lu Feng slowly calmed down. Lu Feng knew that this thing definitely had a shocking origin. However, it was a pity that he had no way of knowing this. All he could do was continue to keep these doubts in his heart. He smiled faintly, but there was a faint bitterness in his smile. Up until now, I seem to know a lot of shocking mysteries, but I can't even solve a single one of them. This feeling is really not good. Compared to other people, even compared to the Divine King, Lu Feng knew a lot more mysteries. It was a pity that he had not solved a single one of these mysteries. This feeling of being surrounded by endless puzzles was really uncomfortable. After letting out a long sigh, Lu Feng did what he most often did after experiencing such a situation. He forgot. He temporarily forgot. As he looked at the ancient Feng tribe's altar in front of him, Lu Feng did not move. He was just thinking about the reason for its appearance. After a while, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. He seemed to vaguely recall what the 31st Prince had said before entering. Gradually, Lu Feng revealed a look of understanding. I see. When he had come out, the 31st Prince had said that he had failed at the last stage. He did not know if Lu Feng could do it. Back then, Lu Feng had been very puzzled about the meaning of those words. However, he finally understood now. Presumably, this stage was referring to the mysterious altar in front of him. 9 hours. He must have wasted 9 hours of his time on this. Otherwise, given the strength of the 31st Prince, he could have easily destroyed that kind of threat. He could have easily passed the test. Lu Feng understood that the reason the 31st Prince had wasted so much time was definitely because of this altar. If that wasn't the case, he would have been able to pass it in just a few seconds, let alone dozens of minutes. As he thought of this, Lu Feng finally decided to give it a try. A moment later, he walked slowly towards the altar. Chapter 488. It was as though a flight of stairs had appeared in the void. Lu Feng took a few steps forward and slowly approached the altar. As Lu Feng got closer and closer, the appearance of the altar finally appeared in Lu Feng's sight. His eyes grew bigger and bigger. This was because Lu Feng realized that the altar was simply too big. Compared to the altar he saw in the alternate dimension in the giant Fudu on Gufang Star, it was more than 100 times larger. Finally, when Lu Fenglai arrived at the foot of the altar, his heart was thoroughly shaken. Really, it's so big. Really, it was too big, too big. Standing at his feet, Lu Feng finally discovered the difference between this place and the altar in Gufang Star. Although their appearance was very similar, there was a very obvious difference. The number of altars in Gufang Star's heavenly Futu was close to 100,000. However, there were only 9 steps here. This number was indeed very small. But at this moment, Lu Feng completely understood. Looks like the test that the 31st Prince mentioned should be this. The 9 steps should be the test of the 9 steps. As long as one could reach the top, they would be able to reach the top. He should have passed, but I don't understand how those people passed. Even someone as strong as the 31st Prince, a demonic genius of this epoch, could not reach the final peak. Lu Feng found it hard to believe. Could the others pass? However, after a short while, Lu Feng understood what was going on. That was because he remembered that although the 31st Prince had not passed the final test, he had still managed to walk out of there. In that case, he could be considered to have passed the examination. Lu Feng figured out that this assessment should be specially prepared for those extreme-grade geniuses. Sure enough, when Lu Feng stepped onto the altar, something inexplicable suddenly appeared in his mind. All of this was related to the altar and the test. At this moment, Lu Feng finally understood everything. So this is really a test. There are 9 steps and 9 tests. The number and strength of each step are different. Once one passes all of them, one will obtain shocking benefits. It's a pity that I don't know what these benefits are. His mind was filled with the contents of the book. At this moment, Lu Feng finally understood why this thing had suddenly appeared. It turned out that the existence of this altar was not something that could appear casually. If one wanted to summon this altar, one had to kill all the projections in one strike. This was the only way to truly draw out the appearance of the altar. Thinking of this, the corner of Lu Feng's mouth unconsciously lifted into a smile. This feeling, it's very similar to those hidden quests that appear in games. Lu Feng shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about it. Finally, he took a step forward. In an instant, the space-time changed again. This time, he didn't enter the previous world. Instead, it was a brand new space. Lu Feng did not pay much attention to his surroundings, because this time, all his attention was on the thing in front of him. It was another illusory figure. Compared to the previous projection, this one was slightly stronger. However, it was still in the first layer of the demigod realm. Without any hesitation, Lu Feng arrived in front of the phantom in an instant. With just one blow, the phantom was completely shattered. Everything was done cleanly and neatly. There was no hesitation. After the illusory figure was shattered, the feeling of time and space being shifted appeared once again. At the next moment, Lu Feng reappeared in his previous position. Lu Feng did not hesitate. He lifted his foot and stepped onto the second step. Looking at the 10 projections in front of him, Lu Feng exhaled softly. The 10 projections were all of the same strength. They were no different from the ones he had encountered on the first step. Master is in the first layer of the demigod realm. That's quite impressive. Lu Feng smiled and nodded slightly. In the next moment, he had already moved and appeared beside those illusory figures in an instant. His speed was so fast that it reached its limit. In just an instant, Lu Feng had already unleashed 10 terrifying killing strikes. In the end, the result was still the same. In an instant, the 10 phantoms were completely shattered and completely disappeared. The third step was still in existence with the same strength as the first and second steps, but the number was a whole 10 times more than the first step. There were more than 100 first-layer demigods. This time, Lu Feng didn't hesitate. In an instant, he used the green sky technique of the telekinesis master. In an instant, under the disastrous effect of the supreme immortal technique, green underworld heaven, the 100 figures were completely annihilated. Lu Feng did not waste any time in passing the 3 stages consecutively. However, Lu Feng understood why the 31st prince had wasted so much time. If it weren't for the green firmament sky, I would have wasted a lot of time facing these 100 projections. After all, if I couldn't kill them with one blow, I would have wasted a lot of time facing these projections. Lu Feng shook his head gently. After returning to his original spot, he once again stepped onto the 4th step. Unlike the previous 3 steps, the projection that appeared on the 4th step was different. However, this time, it was a second-layer demigod. Strictly speaking, second-layer demigods were existences that only 6th-layer demigods could deal with. It might have been troublesome for others, but for Lu Feng, it did not affect him in the slightest. Instant kill. It was a complete instant kill. Lu Feng's speed, strength, and knowledge were unstoppable. On the 5th step, 10 6-layer projections had been instantly killed with 10 punches. On the 6th step, 100 6-layer projections had been instantly killed by the descent of the green firmament sky. From the moment he had entered this place to the moment he had stepped on the path to the 7th step, Lu Feng had only used less than an hour. This kind of speed was absolutely shocking. He believed that the 31st prince would definitely not be able to compare to him. After all, the 31st prince was only a martial artist. He did not have a terrifying killing intent like the green firmament sky. Finally, Lu Feng stepped onto the 7th step. Sensing the presence of the projection in front of him, Lu Feng exhaled softly. Everything was as he had expected. It's actually a 3rd-layer demigod. This is already comparable to a 7th-layer peak demigod. If I hadn't comprehended the primitive immortal power, the great demonic power, and the emperor power, and if I didn't have so many trump cards, it would have been more troublesome to deal with this 3rd-layer demigod. Logically speaking, Lu Feng was a 7th-layer demigod. He should have been able to deal with 3rd-layer demigods. However, the reality was not so. Relying on those supreme powers, Lu Feng could instantly enter a demigod domain that was 7 levels above him. However, that was the limit. That was because the 8th-layer demigod domain was the demigod domain. That was the true, forbidden, mythical domain. Lu Feng could only raise his strength to the 3rd-layer demigod domain. However, his strength was still too freakish. Relying on those powers to enter the 3rd-layer demigod domain, he could still challenge those of a higher level. That was because his supreme powers were really too terrifying. In Lu Feng's opinion, 4th-layer demigods were simply no match for him. When he had used the Earth King move and clashed with the Demonic King limit, he had even temporarily entered the demigod domain. Although this was the result of the 2 of them clashing, the Earth King move was not Lu Feng's strongest trump card. It could be said that if Lu Feng really gave it his all and did not care about anything else, he could really reach the demigod domain. He could really temporarily break the demigod domain shackles and enter the demigod domain with his weak mortal body. Therefore, in Lu Feng's opinion, Although this seventh-layer demigod domain projection was very terrifying, it was far from terrifying enough to make him feel afraid. However, although this was what he thought, Lu Feng's eyes still showed a hint of seriousness. At that moment, the power of his bloodline surged, allowing Lu Feng to enter the second-layer demigod domain. In an instant, Lu Feng's body was filled with a dense aura of death. The fifth supreme power, the power of death, was unleashed without reservation. In an instant, the addition of the two supreme powers allowed Lu Feng to successfully enter the third-level demigod realm. The current Lu Feng was already a powerhouse on the same level as the projection. If this continued, although Lu Feng could not break the demigod domain shackles, he would start to approach the fourth-layer demigod domain. Of course, his combat strength would also soar by a lot, causing people to tremble in fear. However, Lu Feng did not intend to do that, because that way, the battle would be over in an instant. I just comprehended the power of death and wanted to find a suitable sparring partner. Who would have thought that I would run into one so casually? Lu Feng's lips curled into a slightly happy smile. Lu Feng had never used the power of death before. Previously, Lu Feng had hoped to find an opportunity to try it out. Unfortunately, this opportunity had never presented itself. Now that he had finally encountered it, Lu Feng was really happy. This time, the first to move wasn't Lu Feng, but the projection in front of him. In an instant, the projection had already appeared beside Lu Feng. The existence of the illusory figure was extremely hazy and blurry. However, one thing was certain. The illusory figure was a completely humanoid existence. Its movements were no different from a human's. Therefore, the moment it came to Lu Feng's side, the shadow threw out an extremely powerful punch. Vaguely, the space trembled slightly as a terrifying power descended. Lu Feng didn't dodge because it was too easy for him to dodge. But Lu Feng didn't want to do that because if he did, it would be meaningless. He wanted to familiarize himself with the power of death, so he would have to go through countless collisions to achieve that. Therefore, Lu Feng also threw out a punch. This punch was supported by Lu Feng's bloodline power and the power of death. The terrifying power was far from what the projection could compare to. In the instant of the collision, the shadow was sent flying far away. Lu Feng's human monarch bloodline power and the power of death were both true pinnacle supreme powers. Power was terrifying and belonged to the most terrifying and extreme existence among supreme powers. As for the power of this illusory figure, it was only equivalent to an existence that had comprehended two of the most ordinary supreme powers. Although Lu Feng was also only supported by two supreme powers, there was still an essential difference between him and the projection. Therefore, Lu Feng's attack easily sent the projection far away. However, although this black projection wasn't as powerful as those monstrous geniuses of the new era, its endurance was much higher. After being hit by Lu Feng's powerful attack that was filled with the true essence of death, it actually didn't seem to suffer any damage. It still looked the same as before and actually charged at Lu Feng again. Chapter 489. A bright light appeared in Lu Feng's eyes, and he felt slightly excited. Such an opponent was simply the best gift for him after comprehending the power of death. An opponent that was not easy to kill and could be killed to his heart content would definitely be of great benefit to his rapid mastery of the power of death. In the next moment, before the shadow could launch another shocking attack, Lu Feng finally made his second move and collided with the shadow. This time, Lu Feng did not use too much power because Lu Feng did not want to completely kill this opponent before he familiarized himself with it. After all, it was really not easy to find such a good opponent. Although this was not Lu Feng's strongest strength, and it did not give him the thrill of reaching the limit. However, this kind of battle also made Lu Feng excited. In a trance, Lu Feng had completely mobilized the power of death, and countless ancient visions appeared in the void. The most obvious one was a kind of hazy darkness. Originally, darkness had no form, but for some reason, The hazy darkness in the void gave Lu Feng an inexplicable feeling. It was as if this gloomy darkness was the true location of death. Lu Feng had gradually become proficient in killing. In a trance, he had already refined countless truths of death into his heart. For Lu Feng, it should be relatively easy to comprehend the true essence of death, because he was a monstrous genius who slaughtered everything in his way until now. Too many existences had fallen in his hands. Among these people, most of them were geniuses and monstrous geniuses. Most of them were existences that far surpassed him in terms of cultivation realm. Therefore, the unwillingness and the truth of death that they produced at the moment of death were even more striking. In addition, Lu Feng had gone through hundreds of millions of life and death situations, so his comprehension of the power of death had reached a very deep level. Finally, after an hour had passed, Lu Feng slowly stopped moving his arm. The shadow in front of him had already stopped attacking. It was not because the shadow was afraid, but because it no longer had the ability to do so. From top to bottom, it had been completely crippled by Lu Feng. The originally dense shadow had now become incomparably dim, as if it would be blown away by the wind in the next moment. Looking at the shadow, Lu Feng revealed a faint smile. "All right, let's move on to the next stage." The moment his voice fell, the densest truth of death appeared and covered the shadow in an instant. In the next moment, the terrifying, illusory figure of a demigod slowly melted away and disappeared completely. The true essence of the power of death was corrosion. This was a kind of thorough, overlooking even the soul. Once it reached large success, even space, time, laws, and profound mysteries could be corroded, completely disappear. It could be said that the power of death was an extremely terrifying supreme power. Otherwise, it would not have become a supreme power that could only be comprehended at the life and death quasi-king realm. There are 10 virtual king realms. Each realm is actually an existence of supreme power. It's just that those supreme powers are too weak and basically have no effect. Only from the 5th virtual king realm onwards, the void realm, supreme power can be considered supreme power. Although it is still the weakest supreme power, it can obviously be used as strength. The last 2 realms, the death realm and the life realm, belong to the life and death quasi-king realms. The supreme powers that appear in these 2 realms, the power of life and the power of death, are the true pinnacle of supreme power. In the universe, the pinnacle of supreme power was already recognized as the most extreme existence. Many people knew that there was only one kind of supreme power that surpassed the pinnacle of supreme power, the existence of immortal power. Of course, Lu Feng knew more than those people. This was because in his body, there were 3 kinds of supreme power that far surpassed the pinnacle of supreme power. Great demon power, primitive immortal power, and my monarch power. I can feel that these 3 supreme powers are definitely existences that surpass the pinnacle of supreme power. In the future, once they reach the great success realm, they will definitely be equivalent to 2 or even 3 supreme powers. If it weren't for the fact that the supreme powers in his body were too terrifying, Lu Feng would have been busy trying to comprehend all sorts of supreme powers. However, he wasn't in such a hurry now. Lu Feng smiled faintly as he watched all the strange phenomena in front of him disappear. Finally, he took a step forward and walked up the stairs to the 8th level. In an instant, it was still that familiar space and the same familiar method. However, the only difference was that what appeared in front of Lu Feng wasn't the 10 figures that he had imagined. Instead, there were 3 third-level demigod existences. Lu Feng fell silent for a moment as he looked at the 3 identical figures. After a while, he smiled gently. Actually, this is how it should be. 3 third-tier demigod existences were the true limit of an epic prodigy who was at the peak of the upheaval transformation realm. After all, if an ordinary prodigy only comprehended the most ordinary supreme power, he would at most be able to go against 1 or 2 third-level demigods by relying on countless cultivation techniques and enhancements. Lu Feng vaguely recalled what the 31st Prince had said about him being defeated at the last level. At that moment, Lu Feng nodded gently. He knew that the 31st Prince really wasn't a prodigy of the era. His combat strength was probably not any weaker than a heavenly king's. In fact, he might even be a little stronger. I really hope that I can have a fight with you one day. His eyes were filled with a burning desire to fight. Lu Feng knew that the 31st Prince was a martialist close to the peak of the intermediate level. Coupled with the blood mark battle technique of the Serene blood tribe, he would definitely be invincible against anyone below the godly level once he fully unleashed his power of power. Lu Feng was invincible, but so was he. Invincible against invincible. It would be a truly shocking battle. Although he is one level higher than me, I really look forward to a fight with such an opponent. Lu Feng shook his head slightly at that thought. He knew that the 31st Prince wouldn't easily fight with him. That was why the Battle of the Monarchs was called the Battle of the Monarchs, because such a clash was a clash between true kings. Every young king had to clash with each other, but it definitely wouldn't start at the beginning of the Battle of the Monarchs. Back then, the battle between the Crown Prince of the Heavens and Lu Feng was just to start the era of the Battle of the Monarchs. Sigh, what a pity. Only by fighting with such a young king can I truly reach the ultimate level. At that thought, Lu Feng smiled helplessly and stopped thinking about it. He turned around and walked directly toward the three figures, as if they had felt the terrifying aura around Lu Feng's body. At this moment, the three phantoms did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, they took a few steps back. Seeing this, a playful smile appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. However, he didn't have any intention of stopping. One step, another step. As he stepped forward, the power of Lu Feng's body began to stack and expand. Vaguely, the figure of a human monarch appeared behind him. The vision of a great demon appeared. Finally, an ancient emperor appeared. However, this time, the emperor seemed to be slightly different from before. In the emperor's previously calm eyes, there was a trace of infinite darkness. Although it was strange, from the torturous darkness, there was a terrifying aura of death. The appearance of the emperor's vision represented the limit of Lu Feng's normal state. At this moment, he was incomparably powerful. Let's end this in one go. With a gentle step, he seemed to be able to cross a distance of hundreds of millions of miles. He could cross an era and an era. A punch was thrown out in the void. After the birth of the Emperor's vision, although Lu Feng didn't summon the extremely prosperous fate karma, although he didn't have the endless worship of the mighty holy spirits, and although he didn't have the support of the omnipotent Futu, he was still strong enough to become a powerful existence among the fourth demigods. A fourth demigod against a third demigod. It was a completely one-sided outcome, especially when the opponent was a fourth demigod as powerful as Lu Feng. With a single punch, a demigod level 3 phantom image was destroyed in an instant. The next moment, the two figures flew backward rapidly. They seemed to want to escape the terrifying aura of Lu Feng's Emperor's projection. But unfortunately, they were still wrong, and they were gravely wrong, because Lu Feng's strength wasn't something they could compare to or describe. With a grab, it was as if he could even grasp fate. Just like that, his arm caught the figure that was moving at a frightening speed. Then his arm clenched tightly, and the second figure was shattered. The entire process only took a few seconds. However, 2 of the 3 third demigod experts were already dead. Such a battle record was undoubtedly glorious. With another step, Lu Feng appeared beside the third figure. At this moment, he was standing at such a height. The powerful power didn't need much. Clean and neat. It was incomparably clean and neat. With a punch, everything became quiet. It was completely over. Standing on the altar, Lu Feng's vision hadn't dissipated. He was still in his peak condition. Looking at the last step, Lu Feng smiled faintly. This is only the 3rd checkpoint. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful test. I wonder if there will be any more monstrous tests later. Although this was what he said, Lu Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. In his opinion, the stronger the opponent, the more difficult the tempering, the more excited he would be. Lu Feng raised his head and looked at the last step. He exhaled softly. 2 hours had already passed, and there was only one last step left to climb. The 31st prince had also passed 8 steps. However, he had failed at the last moment and collapsed before the last step. He had used 9 hours to pass the last step. However, Lu Feng had only used 2 hours. One of those hours had been wasted because he had used it to temper his power of death. If Lu Feng were to travel at a normal speed, it would only take him an hour to get there. It could be said that the gap between him and the 31st prince was clear at a glance. If it had been anyone else, they would have definitely been shocked by such a resultant gap. After all, Lu Feng and the 31st prince were both young sovereigns. They were 2 of the 6 sovereigns that had appeared in the War of the Kings. Logically speaking, they should be on the same level. However, Lu Feng didn't feel proud of such a result. He didn't feel proud at all. He knew that his opponent had never been the 31st prince or the heavenly king, the crown prince of the heavenly Tao. He was the taboo monarch. Therefore, his opponents would only be the taboo monarch, the immortal king, the demon king, or even the divine king, the sage monarch, who might have existed but hadn't appeared yet. Only they were Lu Feng's biggest opponents. The others were too weak compared to him. Lu Feng had no intention of competing with them. Chapter 490. No matter what, I need to continue to strengthen myself. The immortal king is bound by the era, so it's difficult for him to unleash his most powerful power. However, as the War of the Kings continues, his power will continue to recover. It's the same for the Demon King. It can be said that their power is definitely the pinnacle existence in any era of the War of the Kings. If I can't rapidly improve myself and walk at the forefront of the War of the Kings, then perhaps I will really be surpassed by them. Moreover, according to the Demon King, in addition to him and the Immortal King, it seems that the Divine King and the Sage King also exist. They will also awaken in this era. These 4 would all be Lu Feng's opponents. They would be the most powerful obstacles in his future path. If Lu Feng wanted to reach the pinnacle, he needed to be prepared to face those taboo kings in their complete states. Therefore, Lu Feng never dared to relax. Although he had already reached a terrifying level in the younger generation, he didn't dare to slow down because he knew that if he slacked off, he would be eliminated. Phew, no matter what, I will have to clash with them in the future. It can be said that compared to me, they're already standing at an extreme peak. Even if they don't cultivate, as the era progresses, their power will also recover further and become more powerful. However, I am different. Therefore, I must seize everything and work harder. With that thought in mind, Lu Feng did not wait any longer. In the end, he took a step forward. He took the first step to ascend to the small peak. It was still the same environment as before. However, this time, Lu Feng's face showed a slightly playful expression, because at this moment, 10 figures appeared. Of course, if it were just 10 ordinary figures, then he wouldn't be afraid of anything. But these 10 phantoms were all true powerhouses. According to the normal rules, the 10 figures that appeared here should be as powerful as the figures on the 7th and 8th steps. They should be monstrous existences comparable to Lu Feng's 7th stage King Dao domain. Their strength should be around the 3rd stage demigod realm. However, the ones that appeared this time weren't. The 10 silhouettes had the same strength, but they were much stronger than the silhouettes on the 7th and 8th steps. Although they hadn't reached the 4th level of the demigod realm, these 10 figures were at the peak of the 3rd level of the demigod realm. Lu Feng could feel that although they didn't have any cultivation techniques or trump cards, the combined power of the 10 figures was not inferior to that of 2 or even 3 true 4th-tier demigods. After all, they did not know pain, nor did they know life and death. Furthermore, they were able to cooperate perfectly with each other. Dealing with these 10 existences was even more troublesome than dealing with 3 ordinary demigods. Looking at the 10 shadows, Lu Feng smiled faintly. Looks like I'll really have to use my powerful strength this time. When he was on the 8th level, the power he used was also terrifying. It was enough to make him invincible among demigods of the 3rd level. But against these existences, his previous strength would not be enough. After all, that kind of strength wasn't enough for Lu Feng to kill these silhouettes instantly. Without hesitation, the power of the bloodline was instantly restored to its peak. The silhouettes of the great emperors became even more obvious. On top of the previous foundation, Lu Feng strengthened himself to the extreme. His realm was still in the 3rd level of the demigod realm. This was a shackle that Lu Feng couldn't break through. However, the power he displayed now was a power that even peak demigods had to pay attention to. Without hesitation, Lu Feng disappeared in the next instant. A powerful killing blow was unleashed. The 10 silhouettes were many times stronger than all the previous ones combined. Therefore, when faced with Lu Feng's terrifying attack, they actually dodged all of them. All of their movements were orderly, and there was no sense of panic that living beings should have. When Lu Feng arrived in front of one of the silhouettes, that silhouette was already in a defensive posture. However, Lu Feng's attack was at the 4th level of the demigod realm. If it was an attack, without the help of any secret treasures, a 3rd level of the demigod realm would definitely not be able to resist. However, when Lu Feng launched this attack, he still didn't use his full strength. It wasn't that Lu Feng didn't want to, nor was it that he wanted to fight for a while longer. It was because he had to. This was because when Lu Feng launched his attack, 9 terrifying attacks suddenly appeared beside him. If he used his secret treasures, he could completely ignore these 9 attacks. Unfortunately, in this space, Lu Feng realized that he couldn't use any secret treasures. He could only rely on his own strength. In order to preserve his strength, he naturally couldn't use his full strength. Therefore, this attack didn't completely kill the silhouettes. The only achievement was that the silhouettes became much dimmer. There wasn't a second attack, as the 9 attacks had already descended. The 9 attacks were all at the peak of the 3rd level of the demigod realm. An ordinary genius wouldn't be able to withstand or avoid them. However, this didn't affect Lu Feng much. He had already fully executed the cloud mist steps in an instant. After retreating hundreds of miles away, Lu Feng looked at the 10 silhouettes in front of him quietly. A moment later, a strange glint appeared in his eyes. Although Lu Feng hadn't completely shattered the silhouette with his previous attack, he had definitely damaged its foundation. This was obvious just by looking at how dim the silhouette had become. However, after a short while, the silhouette had actually completely filled up the space, as if it wasn't a threat at all. I finally understand why the 31st Prince failed. The monsters here, unless they were killed in one blow or completely eliminated in an extremely short period of time, would be rapidly replenished and returned to their original state. This seems very similar to me. Seeing this, Lu Feng really wanted to laugh. He seemed to recall his past self when he was fighting against the Demon King. At that time, he had relied on the terrifying blood boiling to obtain a shocking recovery ability. With this, he was finally able to fight against the Demon King without using the terrifying power of power, allowing him to complete the leap from the initial level to the peak level. To be honest, the situation between him and the 10 silhouettes was very similar. Shaking his head gently, Lu Feng stopped thinking about this. Now that he had basically familiarized himself with the power of death, there was no point in fighting anymore. Moreover, he couldn't fight with the power of death alone. Thinking about how there were already geniuses who had passed the test and entered the later stages, Lu Feng finally decided to stop hesitating. In the next moment, an ancient sky suddenly appeared in this illusory space. Its aura was majestic and infinitely deep, as if it could completely shatter space and time and completely sink heaven and earth. Green firmament sky. Finally, at such a moment, Lu Feng didn't hide anything. He used his final trump card and began to use both souls. In the next moment, as a warrior, Lu Feng had already stood up. The 10 silhouettes on the opposite side trembled slightly, as if they wanted to fight against Lu Feng. However, before they could do anything, The green firmament sky in the void had already descended. The power of the green firmament sky had not been pushed to the limit by Lu Feng. However, the current power of the green firmament sky was still terrifying. An ordinary peak level 3 demigod couldn't fight against it. If it weren't for the astonishing recovery ability of the silhouettes, they would have been completely annihilated in an instant. However, even so, at the moment when the green firmament sky descended, the 10 silhouettes had to divert most of their power to fight against this endless might and this terrifying destruction. Therefore, at this moment, in the face of Lu Feng's attack, they had no power to resist at all. In an instant, Lu Feng appeared beside one of the silhouettes. He waved his arm gently. In the next moment, he had already unleashed a shocking attack. This time, Lu Feng made his move without any pressure at all. This was because he didn't need to care about anything at all. The power of the green firmament sky was extremely powerful this time. It was definitely the terrifying power of a level 4 demigod. When he stretched his arm, the silhouettes were instantly annihilated. Lu Feng's silhouette didn't stop. After annihilating a silhouette, he had already appeared beside another silhouette in an instant. The terrifying killing continued, and it did not stop in the slightest. At this moment, Lu Feng had interpreted the definition of killing to the extreme. Every movement of his body was accompanied by the arrival of a terrifying massacre. Every stretch of his arm was accompanied by the annihilation of an expert. Fast, it was really too fast. When the power of the green firmament sky completely disappeared, Lu Feng once again returned to his original position. At this moment, the void was tranquil. It was as if nothing had happened and nothing had changed at all. The only difference in this world was that the 10 silhouettes that existed before had completely disappeared. Simple, too simple. When Lu Feng activated his dual souls and used that supreme divine ability, he was the most invincible existence among those of the same level. The clones of the Immortal King and Demon King represented the ultimate strength of this realm in this period of time. However, under Lu Feng's dual souls, they were still no match for him. It could be said that after activating his dual souls, Lu Feng was already standing at the peak of this realm in countless space-times. Before activating my dual souls, I was afraid that it would be really difficult for me to defeat these 10 silhouettes. However, after I used that heaven-defying divine ability, in just a few moments, everything was completely obliterated. Before activating his dual souls, although Lu Feng's strength had definitely reached the level of a level 4 demigod, due to the strange coordination of the 10 silhouettes and their terrifying recovery ability, he couldn't even kill one of them in an instant. If this continued, Lu Feng really didn't know when it would end. After all, in this place, he believed that these silhouettes could continuously recover. However, after activating his dual souls, Lu Feng's power instantly reached a terrifying level. The suppression of the green firmament sky, coupled with his unbridled power, instantly caused a world-shaking tremor. In just a few moments, the 10 silhouettes were annihilated instantly. This was the difference before and after activating his dual souls. Chapter 491. The feeling of space-time displacement appeared again. Lu Feng stood quietly in place, watching everything in front of him change. Finally, he returned to the previous world. Standing in the center of this altar, Lu Feng could see all the space around him. Lu Feng knew that he had reached the end, the true end. I wonder what my reward will be. Previously, the 31st Prince did not pass the last level, but he still advanced to the peak. Lu Feng, on the other hand, had even passed the final stage. His reward should be even more terrifying. After waiting for a moment, Lu Feng finally felt a kind of fluctuation in the unseen world. The existence of this fluctuation was indescribable. It seemed to exist in all space-time and destiny. In the next moment, Lu Feng's expression changed. He felt a terrifying power appear in the void, and it actually poured into his body in an instant. Lu Feng could not stop the appearance of this power at all. It was completely uncontrollable. It was indescribable. At this moment, it was indeed so. Lu Feng really could not be controlled. Boundless power surged and poured into his body, causing Lu Feng to feel his cultivation level fluctuating slowly. At this moment, Lu Feng's eyes no longer had the previous nervous and shocked expression. He knew that this strange power that poured into his body should be the reward. Giving up all resistance, Lu Feng peacefully absorbed this terrifying power. It had to be said that the existence of this power was so pure that it seemed to be able to be easily improved. Lu Feng vaguely felt that the appearance of this power was not just the pure essence of power. It seemed to be mixed with a kind of strengthening of everything. It had to be known that if a warrior wanted to advance, in addition to needing sufficient power, it also involved many other things. For example, if one wanted to enter the realm of a warrior from a high-ranking warrior, in addition to the standard of 1,000 stars of strength, one also had to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. It could be said that if one could not comprehend the power of heaven and earth, then even if one reached the standard of 1,000 stars, one could not be considered a pure warrior, although the path he took was different from those martial artists. However, Lu Feng was well aware of all of this. It was precisely because he knew this that he felt a slight tremor in his heart. In Lu Feng's perception, this strength not only contained an extremely pure strength that didn't cause any harm to a martial artist, but also contained a kind of comprehension. That was the comprehension of a realm. Feeling this terrifying power, Lu Feng believed that if an ordinary person received it, they would be able to rise from an ordinary person to a peak demigod in the shortest time possible. Of course, he would only be able to reach the pinnacle of the demigod realm at most. After all, becoming a god wasn't something that could be achieved just by having sufficient comprehension and power. Even so, it's terrifying enough. This energy should be enough to create more than 10 pinnacle demigods. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lu Feng could only helplessly smile bitterly. This was because after injecting the power that could create 10 pinnacle demigods, he was still at the peak of the upheaval stage. The only difference was that his power was much more vigorous, as if he was close to the peak of the realm. This scene made Lu Feng feel very helpless. The Great Devil True Body is indeed an extremely powerful technique. However, once I cultivate it, it's impossible for me to advance quickly without going through hardships. However, my accumulation is too terrifying. I think it's the same for the other monstrous geniuses. The amount of resources we need to advance to the next level is probably thousands or even tens of thousands of times more than ordinary people of the same level. It's no wonder that every genius and monstrous genius has a powerful race behind them. If it's not like this, it's really too difficult to reach the peak. Lu Feng sighed deeply, but there wasn't much disappointment in his eyes. This was because previously, Lu Feng had thought of the possibility of him failing to advance. Not to mention that he had just reached the peak of the upheaval stage not long ago, and not to mention how much accumulation he had. Just the existence of the Great Devil True Body was enough to make Lu Feng believe that these rewards would not allow him to advance. No matter what, I definitely won't give up on the Great Devil True Body, although everything I've experienced might be painful and unbearable. However, if I want to become stronger, I have to go through these experiences. Lu Feng's eyes gradually became resolute. He turned around and walked towards the door that had appeared when he came. In front of the third stage, many existences were discussing spiritedly. However, none of them paid attention to the flickering light pillar. Now that only 2 hours had passed, these people didn't think that Lu Feng would come out. Although Lu Feng was the taboo monarch, in the hearts of many monstrous geniuses, the taboo monarch and the other monstrous geniuses of the era were actually on the same level. At most, the taboo monarch was slightly stronger. Even the 31st prince needed 9 hours to come out, and he even failed in some unknown final stage. Thus, Emperor Lu Feng would probably need a lot of time as well. Moreover, in the hearts of many people, they thought that Lu Feng might take even longer. This was because these people believed that Lu Feng should be able to last a little longer in that so-called final stage. In that case, he would naturally consume a lot more time. Thus, from the moment Lu Feng had entered until now, these people had been discussing spiritedly. Nobody had paid attention to the changes in the light pillar. The Emperor, I didn't expect that he would actually come. In my opinion, the Great Desolation Totem Inheritance will belong to these two people. The two monstrous geniuses of the origin race were talking quietly. Although they were very calm, there was a trace of helplessness and jealousy in the depths of their eyes. The Great Desolate Totem Inheritance was a recognized level 11 artifact in the universe. In the entire universe, it was definitely an invincible existence. Although he might not be able to use it now, the existence of this thing was a terrifying foundation and potential. Many existences, regardless of whether Lu Feng or the 31st Prince obtained it, would become a kind of capital when they reached the pinnacle of existence in the future. It was the most powerful capital that could be used to contend against many successful existences. With the Great Desolate Totem Inheritance and the terrifying strength of the epic genius, even if Wang Zhan fails, I believe that the winner won't be too far behind when they compete for the pinnacle. The Great Desolate Totem Inheritance was equivalent to the pinnacle of time. If it was used by the epic genius, then its power would really be able to suppress everything and shock the endless space and time of the universe. Sigh, consider us unlucky. We originally wanted to try our luck. Who would have thought that we would encounter an epic genius, a taboo monarch? One of the monstrous geniuses sighed softly. They were all monstrous geniuses. What they hated the most was meeting an even more monstrous existence. However, just as his companion was about to console him, he suddenly stopped talking. He just stared blankly at the back of his companion. When he saw the look in his companion's eyes, he realized something. He turned around abruptly and looked behind him as well. How is this possible? At this moment, even the 31st Prince's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the gradually dimming light pillar. Although he knew that he couldn't compare to Lu Feng now, he still wanted to compete with Lu Feng this time. When he had ascended the 9 levels of the altar, he had relied on countless secret techniques, bloodline power, and the power of his bloodline to restrain the illusory figures. By relying on these restraints, he had successfully eliminated 3 illusory figures on the 8th level and made it to the final level. Unfortunately, the opponents in the final level were too monstrous. He had to use all his strength to fight even the most ordinary one, let alone all of them. Therefore, although he believed that Lu Feng might be able to make it through the final level, it wouldn't be that easy. At the very least, he wouldn't have taken less time than him. However, who would have thought that he would succeed in 2 hours? At this moment, his eyes flickered with a kind of unwillingness. What's going on? Did the Emperor fail? A monstrous genius hesitated for a moment before voicing his opinion. However, when he said this, he was immediately mocked by many people. How could the Emperor fail? After all, the Emperor Lu Feng was the taboo monarch. Countless geniuses and monstrous geniuses had watched the battle between him and the Demon King through various means. They were all terrified by Lu Feng's combat strength. Lu Feng, who had fought against the Demon King, was incomparably powerful and even terrifying. After that battle, Lu Feng could be considered to have been acknowledged by all the geniuses and monstrous geniuses. How could the taboo monarch, who was acknowledged by everyone, fail so easily? It's just that the Emperor has spent too little time on this. After all, the 31st Prince is... At this point, the monstrous genius from the War God clan suddenly stopped what he was about to say. This was because he saw the 31st Prince, who was quietly watching the light pillar on the side. Although he didn't finish speaking, his words attracted everyone's attention to the 31st Prince. Everyone knew that the 31st Prince was a true monstrous genius of this era. He was in existence on the same level as Lu Feng. However, the Emperor had only used 2 hours to complete what he needed 9 hours to do. The gap between them was really too big. At the distant end, When a light pillar dimmed, a figure walked out. He was so calm and relaxed, just like when he had entered. With a light step, he seemed to have crossed the boundary of time and space and appeared in front of many existences. Chapter 492. These geniuses and evildoers unconsciously lowered their heads when they saw him. Even though they were unconvinced and jealous when they saw the battle between Emperor Lu Feng and heard the countless legends about Emperor Lu Feng, they all felt extremely jealous. However, when they saw him in person, they had to hide all their negative emotions. They had to hide them deeply, because at this moment, they were facing the true monarch, Lu Feng. This was a peerless killing god who could make countless skies collapse with a wave of his hand and wipe out hundreds of geniuses and evildoers. The most terrifying thing was that this killing god didn't just have the most terrifying background in the universe. He also had the strength to face everything. Therefore, no matter how much dissatisfaction and negative emotions they had, they still had to restrain themselves when they saw Lu Feng. Lu Feng slowly walked to the side of the 31st prince. Lu Feng didn't say much when he saw the existence of this era's evildoer. He just nodded slightly and walked toward the huge aperture beside him. A strange look appeared in the 31st prince's eyes when he saw this. It wasn't an expression of embarrassment or anger. When he saw Lu Feng about to step into the aperture, the 31st prince finally spoke. "Have you passed the last stage?" Lu Feng stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the 31st prince with an indifferent smile. "Yes, I passed." His voice and expression were the same. He didn't seem to care at all. The content was the same. It was as if Lu Feng didn't care about any of this at all. The 31st prince was slightly dejected. A faint trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly concealed this disappointment and completely dispelled it. Looking at Lu Feng's indifferent appearance, the 31st prince slowly said in an unusually deep voice, "The taboo monarch is known as a supreme existence that only the primitive immortal demon era had the qualifications to possess. Your strength is indeed unimaginable." The 31st prince could not help but sigh at how terrifying the taboo king was. Even with his terrifying power, he had still failed and needed 9 hours. If he was able to clear it, it would take him at least 20 hours to do so. As for Lu Feng, it was only 2 hours. The gap between them was really, really big. Lu Feng's expression did not change at all when he heard the 31st prince's sigh. For him, the so-called praises and exclamations were too many. Almost everyone around him had praised him in this way, whether it was an ordinary existence or a world-shaking almighty. He could always hear them praising him from their mouths. However, Lu Feng really didn't care about this. To him, all of this was just a bit of vanity, a bit of vanity. He had never cared about these things. He would never pay attention to these things. Only supreme strength and the dream of surpassing the human monarch realm were his current pursuits. He smiled faintly, but his appearance did not change at all. Lu Feng gently waved his arm. "Let's go together. There should still be many more checkpoints ahead." When he heard Lu Feng's words, the 31st prince nodded gently and arrived beside Lu Feng in a few steps. Although staying with a taboo king was a kind of blow, it was also a kind of encouragement. Lu Feng glanced at Guang Ran Tianxing and said with a smile, "Young Master Guang Ran, we'll take our leave first." Guang Ran Tianxing was stunned. He had not expected that Lu Feng would suddenly say goodbye to him. After a while, he had completely reacted, and his face was filled with joy. He knew that Lu Feng had done this on purpose. Lu Feng was deliberately letting everyone know that he had a good relationship with Lu Feng. Guang Ran Tianxing smiled proudly as he watched Lu Feng's back disappear. He really didn't expect that just because he casually helped Lu Feng once, he would have a certain karma with Lu Feng because of this. At this moment, Guang Ran Tianxing could clearly feel the strange gazes of the people around him. He knew that these people were slightly jealous of him. Although Guang Ran Tianxing was the Emperor of Massacre and was a rank 5 genius, a peak rank 5 Emperor Dao genius was nothing to him. In a peaceful era, The Emperor of Massacre would be recognized as the strongest genius in the universe. However, in the era of War of the Kings, there were 6 monstrous geniuses, and 3 of them were taboo kings. In such an era, the Emperor of Massacre's brilliance had already dimmed. Everyone knew that Lu Feng, the taboo king, would definitely become a divine king. Furthermore, he would be at least a rank 2 divine king, taboo, mythological domain existence. To be able to maintain a good relationship with the Time Overlord was a great honor and benefit. Guang Rantianxing was naturally not too complacent. He also knew that his relationship with Lu Feng was good now, but it did not mean that it would remain so in the future. Therefore, what he had to do was to pull the relationship between the two of them closer. After walking out of the circle of light and looking at the towering mountain peak before them, both Lu Feng and the 31st Prince were slightly shocked. What? What is this? In front of them was a mountain, an indescribably terrifying mountain peak. His height was truly, who knew how many millions of miles. The existence of the entire mountain actually gave off the feeling of a small world. Big, big, big. It was so big that it was indescribable. This was the biggest mountain they had ever seen. The environment that the Tiandao race lives in is extremely dangerous. At the same time, the natural objects that appear there are also the most. Even in the Tiandao race, there are only a handful of mountain peaks that are millions of miles tall. Apart from the Tiandao race, there are no other places in the universe that have such a huge and terrifying mountain peak, except for some exceptional forbidden areas. I have never been to the Tiandao race before, but this is the biggest mountain I have ever seen in my life. The shock on the 31st Prince's face had not disappeared. He was really shocked from the bottom of his heart. After all, such a huge mountain peak would completely shock one's soul. Unlike the 31st Prince, Lu Feng was also a little shocked. However, he was not as extreme as the 31st Prince. This was because Lu Feng had seen too many miracles and sacred sites. These were all things that the 31st Prince had never seen before. Without mentioning anything else, just the sky-piercing foothills in his consciousness space was billions of times bigger than this mountain peak. If this was not the first time he had seen it, Lu Feng would not have been the least bit shocked. Is this the 4th test? The 31st Prince was silent for a moment before he finally nodded his head gently. I think this is the final test. The final test? Lu Feng pondered this for a moment before he finally nodded his head gently. Indeed, it was time for the final test. The first test eliminated all the ordinary geniuses. The second test could only be passed by level 4 evildoers. As for the third stage, only those at the level of the Emperor of Slaughter would be able to pass it. Therefore, anyone who could pass these 4 tests had to be the true Emperor of the Massacre. Although the Emperor of the Massacre had appeared in large numbers during the era of the War of the Kings, no one could deny the terror and greatness of the Emperor of the Massacre. Besides the era of the War of the Kings, the Emperor of the Massacre was basically the peak evildoer of an era. The War of the Kings has only been born a dozen times since ancient times. You have to know that there have been countless epochs since the end of the primordial immortal demon era. However, there have only been a dozen War of the Kings. You can imagine how amazing the War of the Kings was. Although the Desolate Era was an extremely terrifying era, it never left its name behind. Therefore, there were no overlords during the Desolate Era. Naturally, there were no War of the Kings. The 31st Prince's voice was heard. He seemed to be talking to himself and explaining something at the same time. Perhaps there were evildoers during the peak of the Desolate Era. However, there were definitely only 1 or 2 of them. Similarly, I'm afraid there weren't many level 6 kings of the Massacre. Therefore, if the final threshold was set at level 6 and above, I'm afraid there might not even be a single person who would accept the test in tens of thousands of years. In the end, the threshold was set at level 5 and above. Only then would it be the most suitable. Lu Feng nodded his head gently. Although they didn't communicate with each other, the two of them already understood when they arrived. They completely understood what this so-called master recognition meant. It seems like this wasn't the first time this happened during the Desolate Era. It's a pity that no successor appeared in the end. The 31st Prince sighed softly. From these tests, they could already see that this so-called master recognition was actually a kind of inheritance. Only by passing the test could one obtain everything in the end. If it was an inheritance, then there would be many people who had accepted it. If someone was really qualified to obtain this great desolate totem, coupled with their own power, they might really be able to create a miracle and leave their name in the Desolate Era. What a pity. In such a great epic, in such a terrifying epic, there was no one who was heaven-defying enough to make the supreme weapons they condensed recognize them as masters. In the end, it could only end in a gloomy manner. This was a kind of sorrow of the era. If a true overlord couldn't appear, then this era would end in a gloomy manner no matter how terrifying it was. Lu Feng sighed softly. Inadvertently, he thought of the glorious era of the human race again. During the human race era, the human race was so prosperous. Which of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors wasn't comparable to the overlords of their eras? In terms of strength, I'm afraid that apart from the primordial era of immortals and demons, no other era could compare to the human race era. The 31st Prince was slightly taken aback, but he quickly nodded his head gently. Ordinary beings of other races didn't know the name and legends of the human race era at all. Even many experts of the human race didn't know about the human race era. Perhaps they knew about the legends of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but in their minds, these legends were only myths and legends that had appeared in ancient times on Earth, the birthplace of the human race. That's true. The human race era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and the Buddha Tao era of the Shakyamuni Buddha were both incomparably glorious eras. Apart from the primordial era of immortals and demons, who else could compare to these 2 eras in the primordial era of immortals and demons? However, it's a pity that although the rulers of their eras were almost indestructible and had power comparable to, or even surpassing that of the overlords of the eras, they ultimately fell peacefully in the face of the great calamity of the universe. As a result, they couldn't leave behind their own era's mark in their eras. Lamentable, lamentable. Compared to the human race era and the Buddha Tao era, the Desolate Era wasn't considered lamentable. After all, although this era was powerful and was one of the most terrifying eras after the 6 great eras, there wasn't a supreme existence comparable to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors or the Shakyamuni Buddha. Therefore, they weren't too sad. Forget it, these things aren't something we can sigh about. We aren't even gods now, so what right do we have to sigh here? Lu Feng agreed with the 31st Prince's words. He nodded gently and didn't say anything else. The 2 of them raised their heads and looked at the endlessly tall peak. At that moment, there was a slightly strange expression on their faces. It seems that if we want to pass the test, obtain the inheritance, and obtain the recognition of the great wilderness totem, we have to ascend the peak. There are already many hidden horrors in the 3rd stage. What kind of test is up there? Chapter 493. The 31st Prince looked at the towering mountain peak with some hesitation. Although the towering mountain peak was terrifying, it wasn't a problem for any venerables. As long as they wanted to, they could reach it very quickly. Moreover, they were the most terrifying peak martialists below the godly spirit realm. Of course, the 31st Prince also understood that there must be countless tests up there. Otherwise, the inheritance would have been taken away long ago. I believe that there must have been monstrous geniuses in the Desolate Era. However, those monstrous geniuses all failed in the end. So, can we succeed? In other eras, any monstrous genius would be extremely confident in themselves. However, in this era, where the War of the Kings had begun and where the 3 taboo kings had appeared, the 31st Prince had lost the confidence he should have had. After all, he couldn't be considered the most terrifying existence of this era. Lu Feng chuckled and raised his head to look at the peak of the mountain. No matter what tests there are, Do you think we'll be afraid? The 31st prince nodded his head gently. Since they had come here, there was nothing to be afraid of. If he had been afraid, he wouldn't have come. It's mainly because I was dealt a blow by you and lost my confidence. The 31st prince looked at Lu Feng with a bitter smile and said indifferently. Lu Feng was really too terrifying. Unless they were taboo kings, even monstrous geniuses would be dealt a heavy blow by Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled gently and didn't say anything else. After a while, the two of them finally moved. Since they had come here, no matter how dangerous it was, they had to try their best to reach the peak. After flying for dozens of minutes, the two of them finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. However, this time, they didn't go up directly. It wasn't because they were afraid, but because they couldn't move forward. What is this? The 31st prince frowned slightly and looked at the doors in front of him. He was slightly puzzled. At the foot of this terrifying mountain peak were 9 doors. These 9 doors were located in front of this terrifying mountain peak. The two of them looked around carefully and found that there were no other paths to enter other than these 9 doors. Could it be that I have to enter these 9 doors before I can reach the peak? Both of them had already guessed this, because other than this method, there was really no other way. Of the 9 doors, 6 of them are filled with light. Could it be that if no one enters this place, the doors will shine? Someone had already entered the last level. According to what he had heard, the 31st prince knew that only 3 people had entered the last level. Coincidentally, there were 3 doors that did not flicker with light. Lu Feng nodded gently. That should be the case. I just don't know what kind of test it is. Both of them could guess that there must be a test here. Otherwise, the existence of this door would be meaningless. Forget it. Let's go in and take a look. After saying this, Lu Feng took the lead and walked towards the door. However, just as he took a few steps, the door suddenly opened. This was a door without any light. According to the two of them, there should be an existence undergoing an examination inside. This time, Lu Feng was not in a hurry to enter. He also wanted to see the person who came out before making a decision. After a few dozen seconds, an existence walked out of the door. This was a young monster from the celestial race. This could be seen from the lines on his face. The monstrous geniuses all had an incomparably confident expression on their faces. However, at this moment, Lu Feng saw that this monster from the celestial race had a dejected expression. He didn't need to think too much to know that this monster from the celestial race had failed. The monster from the celestial race who walked out of the door was slightly taken aback when he saw Lu Feng and the 31st prince. However, his expression quickly became calm. Lu Feng didn't say anything, but the 31st prince had already walked forward. Are you the son of Councilman Shaluyuris, one of the 3 councilmen of the Celestial Race Council, Shalugui? Shalugui was slightly taken aback when he heard the 31st prince mention his name. He looked at the 31st prince for a long time before a strange glint appeared in his eyes. You are the 31st prince of the serene blood race, right? I recognize you. In the past, you were a guest of the celestial race with one of your monarchs. The 31st prince nodded his head gently. The 31st prince wasn't surprised that Shalugui had recognized him. Before his aptitude had been exposed, he had been somewhat famous. It could be said that he and the Sky Dao Crown Prince had both had a certain reputation in the past. However, that reputation had only been a cover for them. After sizing up the 31st prince for a long time, Shalugui sighed softly. The 4 great princes of the serene blood race, the 4 great slaughtering emperors, have shaken the universe's younger generation. In the eyes of many existences, your 4 brothers were the future hope of the serene blood race. However, who would have thought that you were the true condensation of the serene blood race? You and Wang Qingyun are the same. You have deceived the majority of existences in the universe. The 31st prince chuckled when he heard this. Aren't you the same? When I first saw you, I thought that you were just an ordinary level 4 monster. However, to be able to reach this place, you have to be at least a level 5 massacre emperor. I believe that your father must have used some sealing methods to hide you. Shalugui nodded his head gently and smiled. However, His smile was self-deprecating. Yes, you and I are the same as the Sky Dao Crown Prince. We have all concealed our aptitudes. However, compared to you, I am still far too inferior. You, at the very least, must be in existence like the King of Massacre. Now, after removing those seals, Shilugui still couldn't feel the existence of the power that belonged to the 31st Prince. There are only two possibilities. The 31st Prince's aptitude was below that of the Massacre Emperor. However, he rejected this possibility as soon as he thought about it. After all, one had to be at least a Massacre Emperor to enter this place. Therefore, there was only one other possibility for the 31st Prince. His aptitude should have surpassed that of the Massacre Emperor. In that case, he had to be at least a level 6 Massacre Emperor. That was why Shilugui said those words. If this had been in the past, the 31st Prince would have definitely been pleased with himself. After all, the younger generation liked to keep up appearances the most. However, at this moment, he, a level 7 monster, could only smile helplessly beside Lu Feng. Originally, he had been like the Sky Dao Crown Prince, a monster who had hidden the deepest secrets. However, compared to Lu Feng, he was still a little lacking. Let's not talk about this anymore. What is going on here? Could it be a battle? Could it be that this stage requires the strength of a level 6 Massacre Emperor to pass? The first few stages were all filled with battles. Furthermore, the aptitude required was also increasing step by step. That was why the 31st Prince thought of this. However, Shilugui shook his head gently when he heard this. This time, it is not a test of these things. It has nothing to do with your martial aptitude, because the test here is one's comprehension ability. Comprehension? The 31st Prince looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng frowned slightly. I don't know what they experienced, but after entering this place, I encountered a bewildering array formation. The existence of this array formation prevented me from taking a single step forward. However, outside the array formation, there is a stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there is a method to break the array formation. What you need to do is to comprehend the contents of the stone tablet. Only then will you be able to pass through the array formation and enter the world behind it. Lu Feng nodded gently. This was the first time he had heard of such an assessment method. Is it very difficult? Shilugui smiled bitterly and nodded. However, he shook his head slightly. Actually, as a monster, it should not be difficult to pass this assessment. However, this is a little too difficult for me. Our sky race is good at science and technology. We're not very good at martial knowledge. Therefore, this is basically unsolvable for me. The 31st Prince nodded his head gently. Indeed, the strongest thing about the sky race was science and technology. It was also by relying on science and technology that the sky race had become one of the top races in the universe. You can give it a try. After all, you are all on the path of martial arts. Perhaps this should be more suitable for you. At this moment, Shilugui still had a faint look of disappointment on his face. In fact, if one wanted to pass this test, one only needed to have a matching comprehension ability. Unfortunately, the sky race itself was a science and technology faction. They were simply not good at this. Therefore, even though they had the aptitude, they had no way of passing this test. Lu Feng and the 31st Prince nodded gently. However, just as Lu Feng was about to enter, Shilugui suddenly asked, "You are the emperor of the human race, Lu Feng, right?" Lu Feng was slightly taken aback when he heard this. However, he still nodded gently. When he saw this, a strange look appeared on Shilugui face. After a moment, he smiled faintly. Among the human race, there is at least the King of Massacre. Other than God-Slayer Lu Tao, there is only the most famous king of Taboo, Emperor Lu Feng. I didn't expect that you would also come. It seems that this time, the Great Desolation Totem is really going to recognize a master. After going through these tests, they understood some things. This Great Desolation Totem was probably a kind of inheritance. The so-called recognition of a master meant that one just had to obtain the inheritance. There was no doubt that the more talented one was, the more likely they were to obtain the inheritance. Lu Feng was fully deserving of the title of King of Taboo. In the countless time spaces of a universe and countless epochs, besides the Demon King and Immortal King of this era, there was simply no one who could compare to him. Therefore, this time, Lu Feng had the greatest chance of obtaining the inheritance. Chapter 494. I've seen the scene of your battle with the Demon King. Emperor, the first king after the Battle of the Kings. You really live up to your reputation. Lu Feng smiled but didn't say anything. All right, I'll go outside and wait for you. Although I failed, I still managed to reach this point, which allowed my level to rise by a small level, saving me at least a few months of hard work. All in all, I've profited. I hope you can succeed. Regardless of whether he meant it or not, he still said the last sentence. After saying this, Shilu Gui didn't stay any longer and left in the direction he had come from. The 31st Prince looked at Lu Feng and hesitated for a moment before saying, Lu Feng, I hope that no matter who passes first, we'll wait for you. If anyone passes first, we'll wait for them behind the door. Although it's said that there's no danger here, after countless years, it's hard to guarantee that nothing will happen. If something really happens, I'm afraid that no one in the entire universe will be able to help us. Therefore, I hope that when the time comes, we can travel together. Hearing this, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. The 31st Prince was right. No one could guarantee that there really wasn't any danger on this terrifying mountain peak. It would be safer to travel together. The two of them had never doubted whether they could pass this stage. After all, this wasn't a problem for them at all. After exchanging glances with each other, Lu Feng and the 31st Prince both smiled lightly. After that, the two of them directly walked into the two sparkling and translucent doors without even turning their heads back. After walking through the doors, there was no feeling of time and space being changed. However, what appeared in front of Lu Feng was a vast and confused space. Lu Feng was silent. He knew that this shouldn't be a small world, but a condensed space directly opened up by someone using a great ability. Just as Lu Feng was thinking, a piece of information inexplicably appeared in his mind. Lu Feng wasn't surprised by the appearance of these things at all. This was because before the start of each stage, he had experienced the same situation. Lu Feng knew that these should be the embodiment of some kind of rule. The rules of the test had been changed into a law of the world. As long as one entered this place, they would be affected by the rules and be able to think of everything in an instant. What a terrifying and unparalleled method. With a faint smile, Lu Feng began to look at the rules and methods of the assessment that appeared in his mind. After reading it, Lu Feng nodded gently. The rules of his test were the same as the bone might of the sacrificing path. Only by comprehending the formation on the stone tablet could one pass through. However, there was also a time limit. Every hour, the formation would be changed and the records on the stone tablet would change as well. If he couldn't pass through 12 times in a row, then this place would close. Of course, this also meant that he had failed the test. 12 chances, it seems like that's not a small number, looking at the hazy space in the distance. Lu Feng had already walked over with a single step. According to the theory in his mind, as long as he walked in, everything would appear. As expected, when Lu Feng took a step and entered, everything around him disappeared. A tall stone tablet appeared beside him, and in front of him was a world filled with fog. He couldn't see any images, and he couldn't figure out the situation. Lu Feng wasn't in a hurry to comprehend it, nor did he directly enter this stage. He just quietly observed his surroundings. This was one of Lu Feng's habits. No matter the time, he didn't want to put himself in a dangerous world. After he finished observing everything, Lu Feng looked at the records on the stone tablet. The contents of the book were related to the formation. With regards to array formations, Lu Feng could also be considered to have more contact with them. After all, his other identity was the Psyche Master Futu. When a Psyche Master used a Psyche Master's cultivation method, they relied on countless formation lines to succeed. It was the same for alchemy. Therefore, compared to other people, he was more familiar with formations and had more research. Therefore, this formation was really simple in Lu Feng's eyes. After studying it for a short while, Lu Feng had completely understood the key to it. Previously, Lu Feng had thought of memorizing all these things and then entering his sea of consciousness to slowly study them. However, it seemed that there was no need for that now. In less than 20 minutes, he finally understood the principle and everything. This time, Lu Feng didn't hesitate and walked straight into the formation. The moment he entered the array, Lu Feng indeed felt a sense of bewilderment. It was basically the same as what he saw outside. He couldn't see anything, and everything was blurry. Standing in it, he couldn't distinguish any direction at all. Lu Feng knew that this was the function of the formation. If it was someone who didn't understand formations, they would either use extreme violence to directly shatter everything, or they could only honestly break the formation. Of course, there was a third situation, but this was the third situation that no one wanted to choose. That would be to spend the rest of his life alone in this formation. Lu Feng, although conceited, was already quite strong. However, if he wanted to rely on his own strength to force his way through, it was still not quite possible. He could feel that if he wanted to break this formation, he would need at least the strength of a deity. Yes, at least the deity level. However, since he had comprehended everything, there was no need for him to waste this time. According to the records on the stone tablet, Lu Feng quickly found the key positions. Using the method described on the stone tablet, he destroyed the nodes in these places one by one. Soon, all the confusion disappeared. What appeared in front of Lu Feng was a real bright road, and at the end of the road, there was a door overflowing with light. Lu Feng knew that it was the exit. A satisfied smile hung on the corner of his mouth. After a few steps, Lu Feng had already passed through the door. Looking at the towering mountain peak, Lu Feng's gaze was extremely strange. This was a kind of shock to the soul, a feeling of awe and admiration. Lu Feng never thought that when he stood at the foot of the mountain, he would have such a thought. This mountain could not even be described as a mountain. Previously, when he was a little further away, he only felt that this mountain was terrifyingly huge. However, when he stood at the foot of the mountain, he felt a kind of terrifying majesty. It was as if he was facing an entire world. Lu Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not go directly. He was waiting for the 31st prince to appear. After all, they had already agreed before. After waiting for nearly 20 minutes, the door behind Lu Feng finally emitted light again. He knew that the 31st prince should have passed through. Looking at the slightly dazed expression on the 31st prince's face, Lu Feng smiled gently. When he first came in, he also had the same expression. Is it very shocking? The 31st prince nodded his head gently. Indeed, looking at it from a close distance really feels different. This is simply a miracle. This terrifying mountain peak was not only tall and majestic, but the power it exuded was also frightening. The feeling it gives me is like the fear of facing an ancient giant beast. The ancient beast was one of the 3 great primordial ancestor beasts. It was also a totem of the desolate era. According to legend, the ancient beast's true body was unimaginably huge. According to these sayings, once the ancient beast revealed its true body, it would definitely be comparable to a few supergalaxies. In the past, during the primordial immortal demon era, the ancient beast was one of the greatest rulers. It could easily annihilate hundreds or thousands of galaxies. Immortals and demons were nothing more than ants in its eyes. Even though this frightening mountain peak could not be compared to the great desolate beast, the feeling that it gave off was extremely similar. It was the kind of awe-inspiring majesty that was extremely frightening. Standing at the foot of such a majestic mountain peak was already a kind of mental torment, let alone trying to climb it. After taking countless deep breaths, the two of them finally managed to calm their minds. After they looked at each other, they finally nodded gently. Then, they finally took a step forward and ascended the mountain peak. Lu Feng, I finally understand what this test is about. At this moment, the 31st Prince's expression was grave. There is also an indescribable solemnity in his voice. When he heard this, Lu Feng nodded as well. However, no one noticed that in the depths of Lu Feng's eyes, there was a strange light that was faintly flickering. This inheritance test is really an all-round test. However, this is the inheritance test of the Great Desolate Totem, so it should be this strict. The 31st Prince sighed softly. At this moment, he was also incomparably conflicted. After breaking through layer after layer of obstacles to reach this place, he had already experienced a lot. However, what he was about to experience next was something that a monster like him hated the most. The first, second, and third tests are actually to eliminate some geniuses and ordinary monsters. Only the peak monsters of an era are qualified to enter this place to receive the inheritance. Therefore, only the Emperor of Massacre can enter the fourth test. However, from the fourth test onwards, it is no longer a test of the candidate's aptitude. It is a test of one's all-around qualities. At the beginning, it was a test of one's comprehension. From now on, it should be the most difficult test for a martialist, a test of one's will. Faintly, a terrifying pressure had already descended, causing them to feel as though their movements were being obstructed. Of course, this was only a slight feeling. After all, they were the true monstrous geniuses of an era. If they could be suppressed by a little pressure, then the two of them really did not deserve to be called monstrous geniuses of an era. A test of one's will can be said to be the thing that martialists hate the most, because its existence has nothing to do with a martialist's aptitude. Many monstrous geniuses do not have a strong will. After all, they have not experienced those painful tribulations and cannot train their willpower. Chapter 495. The 31st Prince's voice was a little gloomy. The heaven-defying evildoers he was talking about included him. As the 31st Prince of the Serene blood clan, although his performance wasn't the most outstanding, apart from his 4 brothers, there were only a few other siblings who were on par with him. Therefore, he was treated very respectfully. Although he had been good at forbearance since he was young, in order to keep a low profile, the 31st Prince had never experienced any extreme and terrifying collisions or committed any dangerous acts. Therefore, his willpower wasn't very strong. This was also the reason why the 31st Prince had been so worried when he had felt the test of this place. Lu Feng turned his head to look at the 31st Prince and smiled gently. 31st Prince, I think these worries are simply useless. The 31st Prince was slightly stunned. The speed at which the two of them were climbing wasn't very slow. Although they couldn't reach 10,000 miles in an instant, they could at least walk hundreds of thousands of miles in an hour. At such a high speed, they would have to wait until the willpower pressure came before they could speak. Lu Feng looked at the 31st Prince. He didn't slow down, but he had a solemn look on his face. 31st Prince, do you think willpower is useful? Or do you think that aptitude alone is enough to reach the final peak? The 31st Prince was silent. He had known all this for a long time, but his willpower was indeed the weakest link. Therefore, deep in his heart, the 31st Prince had deliberately ignored it. Now that Lu Feng had asked him, he had no choice but to answer. Understand, the strength of one's willpower determines the limit of one's ability to reach. After all, aptitude is no longer the only important thing after becoming a deity. Lu Feng nodded gently. Indeed. In fact, no matter if it's you or the crown prince of the heavenly Tao, neither of you have revealed such terrifying aptitudes before. However, because of your status, neither of you have suffered any pain, let alone the experience of life and death. This is very good in the early stages. However, later on, it will become an obstacle to your success. The 31st Prince continued to remain silent. How could he not know what Lu Feng had said? However, who would be foolish enough to place themselves in danger and train themselves in this endless abyss of danger? Seeing the 31st Prince's expression, Lu Feng knew what he was thinking. Her head had already turned away. At that moment, Lu Feng could only see the direction in front of him. It was as if the 31st prince beside him had already disappeared. However, just as the 31st prince thought that Lu Feng wouldn't say anything else, Lu Feng's voice was heard again. I believe that you have met the Sky Dao Crown Prince before. The 31st prince nodded his head gently. It could be considered a tacit agreement. The two of them had met before. However, because their bodies were sealed by the supreme existences of their respective races, their aptitudes were completely sealed. Even if the two of them stood together, they could not sense each other's terror. The 31st prince had only found out that the Sky Dao Crown Prince was actually a monstrous genius of the epic like himself. He was at the peak of the 7th level of the Sky Dao domain. The Sky Dao Crown Prince Wang Qingyun's experience is extremely similar to yours. It can be said that he has never experienced any hardships. Similarly, his willpower is also his weakest link. He might not have realized it before, but he should have understood it later on. The 31st prince looked at Lu Feng, hoping that Lu Feng would explain. This time, the Sky Dao battle had started too hastily. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. It had started under circumstances that no one had expected at all. As for the opening battle of the Battle of the Kings, as well as the battle between Crown Prince Wang Qingyun and Emperor Lu Feng, it was a mystery to many people. Now that there was an opportunity, the 31st prince was willing to listen to Lu Feng's explanation. Back then, I fought the Sky Dao Crown Prince. At the time, I was at the peak of the evolution stage. He had the strength of a novice perfect stage, which was the same as your current level. When he fought me, he used the strength of a peak evolution stage. The 31st prince nodded his head gently. He knew that if he had been in Wang Qingyun's place, he would have used the same method. After all, they were both monstrous geniuses of the epic. If he had used strength one level higher to fight, it would have affected his own belief of being invincible. However, in the end, when we fought at the same level, he was beaten to the point where he could not fight back at all. A glimmer of light appeared in the 31st prince's eyes. However, a moment later, the light completely dimmed and disappeared. If it had been anyone else who had beaten the Sky Dao Crown Prince to the point where he could not fight back, the universe would have been shaken in an instant. However, if the opponent had been Lu Feng, everything would have been fine. After all, this was the taboo monarch. When he saw the 31st prince's expression, Lu Feng smiled and shook his head gently. You're wrong. Back then, although my title was still monarch, my strength was far from what it is now. At the time, I was at most a monstrous genius of the epic who had comprehended 4 types of peak supreme powers. Not to mention the taboo monarch. Even the Demon King's clone, which could resist 6 types of supreme powers, would have collapsed in an instant. The existence of the taboo monarch represented an invincible divine ability. Lu Feng had 2 souls. Once the taboo monarch activated the divine ability, the power of the taboo monarch would be upgraded from the original foundation, allowing them to almost touch the taboo realm. This was the reason why the taboo monarch was called a taboo. Although you were not a taboo monarch back then, and were only comparable to 4 types of supreme powers, the Sky Dao Crown Prince was only close to 3 types of supreme powers. It was reasonable for him to be defeated by you. The 31st prince knew that although the Sky Dao Crown Prince was close to 3 types of supreme powers, he was not. Lu Feng, on the other hand, truly had 4 types of supreme powers, and they were even at the peak of supreme powers. It was reasonable for him to have such a battle record. Lu Feng naturally heard the 31st prince's matter-of-fact tone. However, his expression did not change in the slightest. Of course, if this is really the case, then my victory is also reasonable. However, what if the Sky Dao Crown Prince's level was raised to the upheaval stage? The 31st prince, who was flying, paused for a moment, but quickly returned to his original state. This time, he finally looked at Lu Feng. His face was full of disbelief. In the past, there was such a legend in the universe. According to the legend, the Sky Dao Crown Prince finally entered the upheaval stage, but he still lost to Lu Feng. This was a popular rumor for a long time. However, after the analysis of many almighty figures, it was gradually denied. This was because Lu Feng's power at that time was far from what it was now. He might be able to do it now, but it was absolutely impossible at that time. Now that he heard Lu Feng say this, the 31st Prince finally realized that all this was true. The 31st Prince did not doubt that Lu Feng was lying at all. He knew that there was no need for Lu Feng to lie to him. You said that the Sky Dao Crown Prince that you fought against later was a heavenly monarch at the upheaval stage? A small level higher was definitely an earth-shattering change. After all, they were both at the 7th level, so there was an obvious difference in combat strength if they were slightly higher. Furthermore, the Sky Dao Crown Prince had broken through to a level that was like a barrier. This was even more huge. The Heavenly Monarch eventually broke through and entered the upheaval stage. At the time, he really almost suppressed me. After all, when I fought against him, I did not have any cultivation techniques or supreme abilities. I could only rely on my 4 types of supreme powers. You should know how passive I would have been if that had been the case. The 31st Prince was silent for a moment. Then he nodded his head gently. Indeed, if he had been in such an environment, there would have been no other way. Lu Feng smiled faintly when he saw the 31st Prince's expression. There was a hint of pride in his smile. However, I won. During the final confrontation, I did it. If the Heavenly Monarch hadn't released all his power at the crucial moment, he would have been completely suppressed by me. The 31st Prince took a deep breath when he heard this. Suppression was a term that was only used when there was a large disparity in strength between 2 people. It was impossible for such a term to exist among the geniuses of the epic. Of course, it would be a different story if the geniuses of the epic or the taboo monarch were involved. However, Lu Feng had also said that. At the time, he had only been a genius of the epic and had been far from a taboo monarch. You must be very curious as to how I did it, right? The 31st Prince nodded his head gently. Indeed, according to his analysis, Lu Feng should not have been able to win. However, the result was Lu Feng's true victory. This was undoubtedly a truly magnificent reversal that was hard to believe. The 31st Prince looked at Lu Feng. After a moment of silence, a dazzling glow appeared in his eyes. He had thought of something. It's your willpower. Actually, even though you possessed 4 types of supreme powers, you were still much weaker than the Sky Path Crown Prince, who was at the upheaval stage. However, in the end, you still won. What decided all of this was your willpower. Your willpower allowed you to control power that far exceeded your limits and allowed you to firmly suppress the Sky Path Crown Prince during the final confrontation. It was also because of this that you were able to complete a shocking reversal and create a miraculous feat. Lu Feng chuckled softly. What the 31st Prince said was indeed true. One could even say that this was the absolute truth. If Lu Feng had not used his supreme willpower to forcibly suppress the Sky Path Crown Prince at the last moment, if this terrifying willpower had not allowed him to control all of the supreme powers, he would not have been able to win. At the very least, he would not have been able to win at the time. Indeed, it's my willpower. My powerful willpower allowed my soul to transform and allowed me to control unprecedented power. The power of the great demon's immortality, the power of I am the Emperor, the extreme power of the bloodline, and the ultimate power of the supreme primordial immortal power. It could be said that Lu Feng had used power that far exceeded his limits at the time. However, because of his terrifying willpower, he had finally been able to completely control this power and unleash its greatest effect, defeating the Sky Path Crown Prince. The Sky Path Crown Prince also understood this point. Therefore, this time, he went to the Endless Abyss not only because he wanted to condense the endless power and bloodline power, but also because he wanted to break through his own life and death crisis. He wanted to temper himself in the midst of life and death to improve his willpower as quickly as possible. After the battle with the Sky Path Crown Prince, the two of them had not met face to face, nor had they exchanged any information. However, Lu Feng completely understood the Sky Path Crown Prince's intentions after he went to the Endless Abyss. This was a special connection between the geniuses of the epic, an indescribable connection. He could clearly sense the Sky Path Crown Prince's true intentions. The 31st Prince nodded softly. Compared to the Sky Path Crown Prince, he was considered very lucky. After all, he had not failed to understand all of this. Lu Feng, I understand. In this trial, the most important thing for me isn't what I get in the end. It's the process. It's the process I've gone through. I'm a Sky Path Crown Prince of the epic. My future will definitely be that of the Divine King. Although the Great Wilderness Totem is very tempting, compared to my future, it is still a far cry. You mean to say that I should cherish this trial? That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.